Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's Dorset COP. I'm very excited by it. I'm just going to do the housekeeping, which is pretty much all there, but the main one is that if the fire alarm does go, it is not a test, it's the real thing. So if you could make your way in an orderly way out of the fire exits, and there are 3 out of this room, across the main road, taking care obviously, and meet there, that would be much appreciated. And that's it for the housekeeping. Thank you.
Hello, Chris Packham here. I'm very sorry that I'm not going to be able to join you at your Dorset COP. I'm very sorry because I'd firstly like to say what a fantastic idea this is. Bringing what is essentially an international conference to the county level and showing that you as a county can get together, rally around the problem and begin to address some of those issues. And of course, the simple facts are that those issues, however big they might seem to all of us, need to be dealt with by individuals and communities. And the community of Dorset is no better place to start. So I hope that your conference of parties goes extremely well. I would urge you to put commonality of purpose above everything else. There may well be differences of ideas of how to achieve results. There may well be differences in the methodology that people believe will be most effective. But please always try to stay focused on the bigger picture. And that is that we very urgently need to make a difference at this critical time. If we don't, we are in deep, deep trouble. And I would urge each and every last one of you to step up at this point. Step 1 rung up the ladder above your typical comfort level when it comes to addressing climate activism. I don't think we're going to solve this problem with polite letters and petitions. I think that we, citizens of Dorset, citizens of planet Earth, are going to have to make significant demands of our leaders, whether local or global, to get them to act in time. And we know that that time's running out. So please get together, share those ideas, share that enthusiasm, learn, engage, educate, but come away with a meaningful desire in every single one of your hearts and heads that this is the time when you need to stand up and make a difference. This is the time that you need to shout above that noise to ensure that our planet has a happy and healthy future. I hope it goes very well. I'm sorry I can't be with you, but I'm going to rip that idea off. Why haven't we got a Hampshire COP? My goodness me, what's going on? Well, you might have soon.
Welcome to the Dorset COP, the climate conference of the county. This is the time to bring all groups together, as Chris Packham has said, the first community-led, county-wide COP in the UK. And you have made a very wise decision today. You are not out in the sticky heat of September. You are in a cool conference room, coming together. I'm Catherine, I'm the warm-up act. If you didn't need to get any warmer. I live just near Shaftesbury and I'm a consultant with the United Nations and international development organisations, and I work on the intersection of policy and financing and just transitions, often for the poorest communities in developing countries. And I had planned to sort of make a formal introduction, but I think I'd rather make a few reflections on COP and a few comparisons with the day that we have ahead of us today. So COP is a gathering of thousands of people just like us, just like you and just like me. They are no different. They are scientists, innovators, business people, and many of us wake up in the middle of the night worrying about the catastrophe of climate. In the morning, we lobby government with petitions. Is that enough? At lunchtime, we go march with demonstrations, banners in our hands shouting. Is that enough? In the afternoon, we come together and work on the petty detail of how to implement something better, more effectively, often late into the night at COP. And with our various hats on, we are the people that go to COP. You, as an NGO representative, can go to COP. I, as a professional, can go to COP. We just have to put our energy into making those steps and coming together to get there. For me, COP is about a lot of things, but I'll narrow it down to 3 today. People, action, and ambition. It's a big conference, yes. Thousands of people have come together. In fact, there are no conference centres that are big enough. It's often intense. It's often quite hot. The air conditioning is bad. The food is appalling, overpriced. You definitely need flat shoes. You need a map to get around. Everybody's always lost. No one ever knows where anything is. And in Sharm last year, in the middle of the desert, we ran out of water on day 4. So it's not comfortable, and it is really hard work, and you do feel exhausted at the end of a couple of weeks. But it is an incredible injection of spirit, which you're going to need for the next year of dealing with pithy parts of global legislation, which have to be very carefully crafted so as not to reinforce the neo-colonial behaviour that has been perpetrated around the world over the past couple of 100 years. And legislation which really accounts for the views of very different governance systems and different social structures of the 196 countries signed up to Paris Agreement. And also has to take account of their very different capacities to act. You know, here in the UK, we're very lucky. We come from a very privileged democratic society, but that is not the case everywhere, and yet the expectation is that everybody will act together. So those decisions at COP, I mean, the next COP, COP28, is focused on increasing the speed at which technological capacity can be built in developing countries and how technology can be transferred more quickly to developing countries to enable the transition to ramp up. It'll also go into the detailed financing mechanisms under Article 6 to make sure that the more unscrupulous dealers don't get in the way of the integrity of the carbon market. And of course there will be continuing discussions on loss and damage, about how much and when developed countries should pay for some of the damage that's going on to the countries that are most affected. I'm thinking of countries in the Pacific Islands who are losing land mass and livelihoods to sea level rise already at quite a pace. Things we perhaps don't really see here. And COP, most importantly, is about increasing ambition, year on year on year, and actually, 5 years as detailed in the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions that every country puts forward every 5 years. We still have a 30 gigaton gap between ambition and the 1.5 degrees aim, which is still on the table, although I personally think that is not achievable anymore. We've seen record sea and land temperatures this July globally. Every single continent apart from North America and Europe has had off-the-chart temperatures this year. And although the UK has some of the most ambitious goals for climate, our per capita emissions are high. They're much higher than our peer countries here in the UK. So we have to start thinking about what are we doing as individuals that means our personal carbon footprint is higher than perhaps other countries in Europe with whom we might compare ourselves. Here in the UK, our current highest emissions sector is agriculture at 167 megatons in 2022. And as I was just discussing, the offshore wind concessions, for example, haven't been taken up this year because the price differentials are not working. The government gives concessions but are not putting the prices up high enough. Costs of materials have gone up. So we're failing to build the infrastructure we need to hit our net zero target. And we've also grossly underestimated our storage capacity needs. So there are really some quite pithy problems that here in the UK we need to grapple with as well. So just as OECD countries and OPEC countries that attend COP are lobbied by small island developing states, groups of NGOs, factions of countries that want to see a piece of legislation going one way or another, and the underrepresented communities, women, the indigenous populations, so too we are gathered here today to support, to request, and to absolutely insist that our elected councillors, having endorsed the climate emergency, do significantly more to demonstrate that commitment. And beyond their own portfolio, they lead the climate action across the county. Today is part of pulling on that civic lever to hold them to account, to make sure that the key sectors, agriculture, transport, energy and housing, have the funds and the means to change, to adapt and to mitigate against their emissions. COP is an opportunity to come together. We are gathered here today, and just as COP convenes people for knowledge exchange to share positive examples and positive results rather than dwell on the negative, which doesn't really get us anywhere, so too are we gathered here today to exactly that. We want to share the knowledge, and so many people here are so wise with the actions they've taken locally. It's going to be a wealth of information for you. So too are we here to pledge to increase our ambition, just as countries do every 5 years. So too we want to increase our own pledges to ourselves, what we are going to do, but also as groups, what can we do more, greater, better for the year ahead. And we'll be able to pledge to agree the terms, the draft Dorset Declaration, but also use the pledge cards to do so. And I was thinking, why do we need to pledge? Why do we need that signature? What is it that's so important about that signature? And I was thinking back to when I was moderating a conference for young global leadership, and Christiana Figueres was there. She's the former executive secretary of the UNFCCC, who took over the role after the failed 2009 conference in Copenhagen. And she was a diplomat, a UN ambassador, and her role as a diplomat was to mediate, to make sure that all views were heard, to make sure that there was compromise, and everybody walked a path down the central line. And of course, that, for climate change, was going to be impossible. And she said to me that something in her mind and her heart switched at some point when she realized that she was not going to be able to fulfill her role. She was going to have to do her role badly as a diplomat. She was going to have to ignore the terms of reference under which she was employed by the UN, because she knew in her heart of hearts that climate change could be tackled. It wasn't impossible. And that she could gather all the heads of state together. She could speak from the heart and make sure that they spoke from the heart. And even though signing the agreement was improbable, if just 1 or 2 people did that, then they would be unstoppable. And so we today, if we get together, we will be unstoppable. So, moving on to what is on offer today, in the main hall, there are plenary sessions for you to enjoy. In the magistrates' room next to the front door, there are the side events which deepen our understanding of specific topics, from youth engagement to climate justice, and all sorts of other things according to the program, which I believe is only online. So if you want to check out the program, it's online. Upstairs in the council chamber, at the top of the stairs on the left-hand side, you'll be able to agree the text of the declaration and sign your pledges and leave them there, and we'll use those pledges to contact you afterwards. And also upstairs in the main town hall, there is the COP Cafe and Speaker's Corner. And unlike COP, which restricts access to the council chamber, you today can go everywhere, and we encourage you to do so. So I'd now like to introduce the first and most important people we have today, Jennifer Morissetti, Giles Watts, and Mark Chivers. And I also need to thank the sponsors, that is Dorset Community Energy, the Warrior Agency, Ethica, Dorset Council, and Red Shark. So, over to Jennifer Morissetti from Sustainable Dorset.
Thank you, Catherine, for such a great introduction today. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today and to see so many of you in attendance, and also those that we can't see listening online, for what is sure to be a brilliant event with not only our excellent speakers, but also with all of you, representing more than 100 organisations across the county. We want to hear from you too, so please join in the question and answers sessions. It was nearly a year ago that I booked a venue in Sturminster Newton, also called The Exchange, with the idea of organising an event for environmental groups from around the county with the aim of providing a network opportunity and a chance to share best practice and to put Sustainable Dorset back on the map. So with collaboration in mind and stronger together, I invited Dorset Can and Zero Carbon Dorset to join me in organising the event, and the result is what we have today. Now, out of interest, I'd quite like to know, as we're not in Sturminster Newton, have many of you made the journey from North Dorset today? Would you like to have a show of hands? I'm glad to see there's a few of you here. Thank you. I would like to offer my sincere thanks and gratitude to Dr. Neil Smith and Mark Chivers of Zero Carbon Dorset for their many hours spent on organising this event. Their attention to detail is incomparable. The website, the joining instructions, the building details, they certainly took on the lion's share of the admin. So thank you both very much. And latterly, Jude has contributed her skills to fine-tuning the spreadsheets, so thank you to Jude. And also thank you to Giles Watts from Dorset Climate Action Network for his contribution and support, and also with Colin Tracy for their work on the declaration, and Matt and the team at Red Shark for all the filming and other work they're doing today. I would also like, I don't need to thank the sponsors, so yes, thank you very much for all their work, and thank you as well. So, as for Sustainable Dorset, firstly, I'd like to thank our members, many of whom are here today, to continue to support us in spite of a couple of years of low activity. Our new website has launched this week with a completely new look. It's a smaller site, easier to navigate, and most importantly, so simple to update that even I can do it. So if you'd like to add any information of events and so on around the county, please let us know. The website will include a retrofit section with practical information, a textiles section, which in collaboration with the Textiles Hub in Bridport, we are hoping to create other hubs around the county to share information, ideas and workshops. New projects in the pipeline include supporting Sustainable Southbourne, fronted by Lizzie McManus, and we are planning a pilot scheme to roll out the Green Living Guide street by street in Bridport. Colin Tracy, a fellow trustee of Sustainable Dorset, is now going to say a few words about what's happened in Martinstown.
Hello, everybody. Jenny asked me to talk about the Green Living Guide because we've just completed, or recently completed, the guide in Martinstown, where 7 of us got together in the local community to run through the guide so that we can now form more teams within the community as well. So now we know what it's about, we can kind of sell it a bit better. So the guide was originated by the Transition Town movement, and Sustainable Dorset has made it specific to Dorset. A lot of the information in each of the sections is national and international as well. But the main focus really is on changing our own behaviour, or looking at our own behaviour, and making changes to make our lives more sustainable and greener. So it starts off by everybody doing their own carbon footprint at the beginning, and then doing it at the end to see how the changes that we've made have affected our carbon footprint. Basically, it's a short course of 8 sessions, and it's very much a community-based thing. So there's an introductory session, and then there are 5 sessions on food, energy, transport, waste, and water. And then there's a final session on, on community building, and then there's a last session on wrapping up. So what we did in Martinstown was we met monthly in each other's homes and went through each section sort of each time. So it's largely looking at our own consumption and trying to sort of draw back on that, and at the same time save money. So it's actually very easy to sell to people because you're cutting back and you're saving money at the same time. And it's also about, in each section, it's about pressing our leaders to make changes as well. The community building aspect is really important, and it feels like running our project in Martinstown has really created a sense of community, certainly within our group, and more and more people are talking about it. And we're now looking for more teams to run it. So we've got copies upstairs of the Green Living Guide. I think there are 3 or 4 copies, and I'll be around. Anybody who's more interested, you're welcome to call on me and ask more about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Giles Watts, and I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you from the Dorset Climate Action Network, which is the second of this triumvirate of organisations in Dorset that's organised this conference. And a warm welcome. I obviously hope it doesn't get too warm today. What I'm just going to do is say a few words about Dorset Can, and I've got the prop of a couple of slides here. So Dorset Can was conceived back during the pandemic at a time when we were all Zooming and we all had time on our hands. It seems rather a long time ago now. What we set up was a networking organisation. We wanted to bring together all the people and organisations that were really concerned about the ecological and climate emergencies and see if we could direct them together towards a common goal. And our mantra is stronger together, which we borrowed from Sustainable Purbeck. We've grown over the years towards a much larger organisation, and in fact just last month we became a charitable incorporated organisation, and we have 1 part-time employee, so it feels like we're almost grown up these days. We have a steering group which we call the Action Team of about 20 people. We have 760 or so members, including 72 organisations around Dorset, and we have over 2,500 social media followers. So we really feel we're becoming a force to be reckoned with, and we'd be very welcoming to any new people who want to join us, of course, from around Dorset. We have 8 special interest groups who are dealing with particular topics like energy and transport, etc. And we have 4 major projects, which I'll talk about in a second. Our vision is very simple and rather colourful. It is that we would like to see a zero carbon Dorset, a bright blue Dorset, a wild green Dorset, a locally fed Dorset, a community-centred Dorset, and a sparkling, clean Dorset. A very simple message, but I think something which really should be achievable. And we have 5 mission aims. I mean, firstly, to try and build a network of organisations and people across Dorset. Secondly, to put the climate and ecological emergencies really at the heart of our decision making, really make it count. We want to serve as an agency for change. We want to make a difference in Dorset. We want to work with various groups, and particularly on the policies and the grassroots actions to promote our vision. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we'd like to be a positive partner to a number of the organisations and a critical friend. And that means, yes, we will occasionally criticise what people are doing, but I think the other side of the coin is also very important. You know, when people get it right, we also want to be very complimentary to them to try and support those positive behaviours, as we've recently done with part of Dorset Council's new environmental strategy, for example. Our 4 main projects this year, of which the Dorset COP is, of course, one of them. The other 3 are the Dorset Greener Homes, which is where we encourage people to open up their homes for other people to come round, to have a look at your rainwater distribution systems, your PV panels, your various environmentally sensitive things that you've got in your house, and that's to encourage people to do the same in their own households. We've got the Great Big Dorset Hedge, which is a fabulous project getting a lot of attention at the moment. It's all about the hedges across Dorset, which are one of our most valuable ecological benefits. We're working in collaboration with the farmers. We're surveying and rebuilding the hedgerows across the county. We've already done, I think it's 800 kilometres of hedgerows already this year, and 90 people who are helping and supporting that. That's a very, very good project. And then we've got Dorset Deserves Better, which is about trying to persuade Dorset Council to rethink their local plan. We're not very impressed with their local plan. It's very much geared towards building houses on greenfield sites, executive houses with very little public transport. What we really want is to concentrate on the towns and bring in more social housing, more affordable low-rent housing, and places where there are the community and the support structure for them. So we think a change of emphasis is really important there. And the other thing is for new build houses, they are not built to high enough standards at the moment. They don't have good enough insulation. They don't have solar panels on the roof. And this means that all of the houses being built at the moment are going to need to be retrofitted in the next 10 years. And that seems to us like an awful waste of time. So we just wanted to mention Michael Dower, who is one of the founders of Dorset COP and sadly passed away last year. He was an indefatigable campaigner for environmental action and a real leader in the county. And we thought, as an honour to him, we would put together a little card because, you know, all of us, we feel a little bit overwhelmed sometimes about the challenges out there and the fact that, you know, what is it that we ourselves can do? So we've got these 4 little ideas that you can stick them up on a card in your kitchen or above your dressing table, whatever, and remind yourself of the things that we can do. You know, consider your impact on the world. We can make a difference there. Consider your impact on other people. We can take an active role in what we do, and perhaps most importantly, we can choose our leaders, we can support our leaders, and we can also hold them to account. So we've got a few of these printed out, and they'll be available upstairs for you to take one away with you. And then finally, I'd just like to remind you, as if it needs no reminding, that there is climate change that's going on at the moment. It is desperate. I mean, we're suffering a very hot day today, but it's far worse in other parts of the world. So we really need to consider the need for urgent action. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Giles, and can I just echo everybody else's thank yous to you for being here today, but also a big thank you to Jenny, who kindly mentioned the work the rest of us had done, but to be honest, there would be no speakers in this room today had Jenny not done all of that work. So I think there's, again, a very big thank you to Jenny for organising that aspect. So I'm Mark Chivers, and with Neil we are going to do a fairly rapid run through of what Zero Carbon Dorset is all about, and try and make it even a little bit more rapid, because as is traditional at these cases, we're already slightly behind time. If you'd like to know more about us, there's actually some cards upstairs with our details on. Please sign up, go to our website, follow us on social media, all those good things. And we'll probably have an online event in about a month's time, just summing up some of the things we do if you haven't been familiar with them so far. So the story really starts with, I guess, I went to an event in Parliament with, I had an invite from the Climate Reality Project, and it was where the Zero Carbon Britain reports was being launched by the Centre for Alternative Technology, who've been producing these reports for more than a decade now, that shows us that we've got all the technology, all the tools, all the answers we need to solve this problem, and it's just about how we get around to implementing them. And then on the way back, I started thinking, as you do, well, everyone keeps talking about this zero, so if getting to zero is the goal, where are we now and what do we need to do to get there? And I wonder what that would look like for Dorset. What would it actually look and feel like to live in a county where all of those problems have been solved and we live a different way of life? Why Dorset? Well, the obvious reason is because it's where those of us involved live, and all of you, I assume. But also, it's a really interesting county, not only geographically, because obviously it's got big areas of agriculture, and we've heard about how that's a problem, but obviously also offers a solution to the crisis. It's got the second largest urban area outside of Bristol in the southwest, so a city for all intents and purposes. It's got a coast. But actually, even though all of those things are great to understand about climate crisis problems and solutions, it's also at a scale at which you can start to imagine things. So sometimes you can be too small to think about what you do in your own street, and it's difficult to get your head around nations and internationally. But at a county level, you can start to think, could we feed ourselves across this area? Could we power ourselves across this area? How do I connect with where I go to school, where I rely on hospitals, where I go to work? So we set out then with a number of aims, really. Said, okay, what's the current situation? What does it look like across different areas? What do we need to do? Let's document it, let's record it. What could we do to solve the problem? We didn't want to exist in isolation. You've heard about two great county-wide organisations already. We weren't about setting up another one. We wanted to work with people who were already out there rather than create something different. And then ultimately to engage the wider community with this information. So we set out with this sort of overriding vision that everything we do must play into this, imagining that by 2030 we've solved this problem, that people are leading better lives, that we've addressed some of society's long-standing issues, and communities across Dorset are more connected, work-life balances have improved, and everywhere the return of nature is evident. Now, we had a template, the Zero Carbon Britain reports templates, which we used to work through this, and then we developed our own areas because we felt there were a number of aspects that actually needed to be looked at if you were going to genuinely address all of these problems. So I'm going to hand over to Neil.
Thank you, Mark. And I'm just now going to talk about these reports in a little bit more detail. So we produced the two reports. The first one was a baseline report, which we produced in spring 2022. And we took a huge amount of information from all sorts of different sources. Many of you probably in the audience today contributed, so a big thank you. And then the idea of that report, as Mark has said, is to set the baseline. Where are we now as a county? And we set visions against each of the areas in the report and said, well, what do we need to do to get to those points? And then this year we published our first progress report to give us an idea of how we're doing. So as part of the report, we have various indicators to show us how we're doing, and of course, carbon is one of those main ones, and this is data from 2019, which shows that we have a long way to go, and most of those emissions are associated with the way that we heat and power our buildings and the way that we get about. But we also produced our own qualitative assessment for each of the areas based on the evidence that we had gathered, and this is shown here between the 2 years. So the first thing to say is that we've got a way to go to get to where we need to be at 2030. But equally, unfortunately, when we came to produce the second reports this year, we couldn't find enough evidence to move the dial on any of the areas. So what I'm going to do now is just run through each of the chapters. You'll be pleased to know I'm not going to go into detail. You can do that at your leisure off our website. But just to highlight a particular element and also to signpost you to the rest of the day and the opportunities you have to delve into these chapters in more detail. So the first of these is education. And when we talk about education, we mean education in its fullest sense. So also awareness raising, and also within businesses, how they engage with their staff. But we are heartened to find that in our schools, colleges and universities that climate and sustainability is now being integrated into the curriculum, so that the young generation coming through will have a greater knowledge and hopefully skills to help us from the generation that effectively have failed them and to sort out all the problems, although we still clearly have a lot to do ourselves. And of course today we have youth activism session that's later coming up today, but education runs through everything today. All the sessions have that at its heart. When we look at, as I said earlier, the amount of energy that we use, the carbon emissions associated with it is a big element of our carbon footprint. We have a lot of leaky homes in Dorset that need fixing, but of course that gives its own opportunities in terms of generating jobs. And where we do use energy, we need to make sure it comes from renewables. And in that regard, Dorset is pretty woeful. We only produce 5% of our energy from renewables. And that in a county which has the best opportunity for solar PV in the whole of the country. So we've got, again, a great opportunity. And we have the Power Up, Power Down session coming up this morning. But also one of our sponsors, Dorset Community Energy, is giving a talk in Speaker's Corner this afternoon about their great work. We said transport's about a third of our carbon emissions. And in Dorset we have a bit of a dichotomy because we have the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole urban area, and then we have the rural area of Dorset. So we're going to need multiple different solutions. One size will not fit all. And clearly also, just swapping out petrol and diesel cars for EVs is not going to be the solution. We really need to come up with integrated transport solutions. And to that end, we have Dillis giving a workshop about how to get people out of the cars onto bikes. And then this afternoon, the Dorchester Climate Action Group will be talking about their project. When we come to waste, we really need to get the narrative away from recycling. We need to be talking about reducing and reusing and embracing the circular economy and the opportunities that gives to our businesses. We have the circular economy session later on today, and we have various community groups talking about the great work that they are doing for their communities as well. We know that we are in an ecological crisis, so the way that we manage our land is absolutely critical. So we need to find ways to produce the food that we need, but also give our nature the opportunity to recover and to thrive. We have our nature recovery session later on today. Giles has already mentioned about the great big Dorset Hedge project, and you can have a chat with them today. And we also have several other conservation groups giving talks in Speaker's Corner. And the food that we have needs to come as much as possible from the locality to reduce our emissions. But also, this is a great way for communities to come together and also to provide physical and mental health well-being. So, and again, we have community groups giving talks today about the great work that they are doing. So now I'm going to hand back to Mark, and he'll take you through the rest of the detail.
Thank you, Neil. So the last couple of areas was quite keen to cover today, and justice in particular. And this is one of those sessions, as Neil has been saying, that is also covered later. There's a workshop where we'll cover the different aspects, the many different aspects of it. But the key thing we all know is that climate change is not born equally, and typically those people who've contributed least are suffering first and worst. And so there's a big issue around here. But I wanted to pick up just one example that I think provides some context for the whole day. Because very often we hear, what's the point of us doing something in the UK, or what's the point of us doing something in Dorset? We're just such a small area. What about China and India? Now, the thing is with emissions, particularly carbon, is they stay in the atmosphere for a long time, centuries in the case of carbon. And if you look at cumulative emissions since the Industrial Revolution, we've actually produced just under 5% of them with less than 1% of the population. India, as a comparison, with 18% of the population, has produced just 3.1%. China has produced more emissions than us, nearly 2.5 times, but actually they have more than 20 times the population. And our friends across the pond have produced more than a quarter of global emissions, and with just 4.4% of the population. If you look at that in percentage terms, that means that the average American has had 5.5 times the benefit of those cheap fossil fuels. We're almost identical. China's had less than 0.64, and India is a tenth of that. Now, if you're a government of one of those countries or a developing nation, you can understand why they might say, you're asking us to reduce our emissions, yet you've had 200 years benefit of this. So I think there's both a moral and a practical situation where we need to both solve this, but also it's one where we can speed up things because we have the ability, but also where we can show leadership. The other aspect that became absolutely clear when we compiled the report, and you look at all the things we can do, and you keep coming across situations where we could do this, but the regulations aren't there. You could do this, but we need the laws to change. So it's absolutely clear that we need national and international transformative policies to enable us to enact this. So things like the Green New Deal, things like the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill. And as Catherine said at the start of the day, COPs generally have the ability to get people with power to make decisions, to make commitments. We don't have that today. We come together as community organisations and individuals. But there are things we can do. There is power we have. And I like to think of today a bit like bringing an orchestra together. Because we do come from very different parts, very different instruments. Some people coming from sort of small projects, some people are more activist. So we've got people who are, woodwind or percussion or vocals. But actually today is about bringing all of us together. And we can build the quality of that output. We can raise the volume of it. And so we need to focus on what we can do locally by building that orchestra. But there is an elephant in the room that we mustn't forget. We must not become the orchestra on the Titanic. No matter how good we get, we need to be aware that there's a real risk that those on the bridge are not taking us where we need to be and are still heading towards that iceberg. There have now been 27 COPs, and since the first one in Berlin in 1995, where we committed to get this problem under control, emissions have risen every single year apart from 2, one after the financial crisis and one during COVID. So we need to be aware that on the bridge, things aren't going in the right direction. But actually, what we can do is by building that orchestra, by bringing more people into it, by coalescing around visions, then we can start to change things, because the louder we get, the more people on the bridge will hear us. That's one thing we can do. This vision here is one that Arts University graduate Abby Buckingham drew for us based on things she saw in our report and suggested to us we should bring it to life, because there's a lot of words in it. And she said, if you bring it to life, then people can start to think about it. And so there's a session today where we'll be looking at this drawing and bringing you into the conversation asking why things are on there, what else you'd like to see, what are things are missing, and just starting to build that vision more. There's another session this afternoon upstairs where we're holding a People's Assembly, where you can contribute and think about the sort of future that you want to create. Our key findings from the report really came down to 4 things. We have the solutions. We know what we need to do. We don't need to wait for any magic technology. We can see green shoots across the county. So it can, not only can it be done, in very small places, it is already happening. And we've got inspiring community stories. We found 125 across Dorset, across all of those categories of people doing great things, which if we could replicate and scale up, we would make serious inroads into solving this crisis. And a number of people have touched on it already. We very much make it clear in there, as does the government's own Climate Change Committee, that local authorities have an absolute key role to play in this. They don't control all the emissions. Their own emissions are a relatively small proportion, but they are uniquely placed to bring communities together, to bring stakeholders together, and to show that leadership that actually will help us transform the situation. That's me done. Thank you very much. Those are our details. And we'll hand back to Catherine.
Thank you so much. Isn't it amazing? We've only heard from 3 people out of very, very many we're going to hear from today, and I'm already super excited about the way people are dovetailing with each other, being cognizant of their real strong suits and bringing those together in order to magnify the impact that they have by coming together. What amazing work is being done everywhere across Dorset. So it's my great pleasure now to introduce our keynote speaker, Laura Baldwin. She has a science background and graduated from the University of Southampton. Early in life, she was an Olympic sailor and 2 times Olympic sailing coach, and is a member of the World Olympians Association, Environment Committee, and Champions for Earth. Now she's a member of the Green Party of England and Wales Executive Campaigns Committee, an Extinction Rebellion UK spokesperson, a Livestream presenter and activist, and she's also on the Champions for Earth core team, educating, inspiring, and supporting past and present sportspersons to speak and act for climate and nature. If that wasn't enough, she's also founder of Portland for the Planet and Weymouth and Portland Transitions Town Group. Please put your hands together for Laura.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce myself as just an ordinary Dorset resident, a very concerned mum who likes to keep busy. I'd like to echo all the thanks to everybody for putting this amazing event together. It's really important to galvanise in this moment. You know, it really is a critical moment for us all to come together, to collaborate collectively within our communities. We need to change at speed. More so now than ever, we need to implement the changes with determination. If you, like me, are still reluctantly plugged into the mainstream media, social media platforms and networks, you're likely being bombarded daily by, climate horrific and heartbreaking daily impacts that are affecting people around the world. News of increased higher than ever temperatures, lower than ever ice fall, whole marine species wiping out. Coupled with policies going in the opposite direction. Fossil fuel companies making record profits, more and more people being pushed into poverty. Protections for nature eroding. But remember this: change always seems most impossible right before it tips. And as the climate scientist, I'm really fortunate that I've been able to speak one-to-one with a lot of the world's leading scientists and hear directly from them. Peter Kalmus, he says that there is never a time to quit. There's never a time to give up. That the more we do, the more we'll save. COVID actually proved that when there is political will, everything can change overnight and in an instant. And it proved that when people understand the consequences, they're willing to make tremendous sacrifices to safeguard those they love. My love for my child is so strong that that's what motivates me to take action every single day, so that I can at least look him in the eyes and be able to tell him when he asks me, "Mummy, what did you do whilst there still was time to act?" I need to be clear of conscience in that moment, able to tell him that I did everything I could think to. So I'm listed on the schedule as a climate science communicator. I have indeed communicated the science quite often over the last 4 years. I studied sciences at college and university, and yet it wasn't until January 2019 that I learned that the planet is on the brink of catastrophic climate change and ecological collapse. Like, how did I not know this? I mean, I was a bit busy, single-minded athlete and all that, but since then, I've been focusing all I can on learning all about the problems and solutions, regularly asking myself, what can I do? What's the best use of my time, energy, and skills? What's going to make the biggest difference? I thought until recently that if we could just tell enough people how bad the situation is, how much worse it's going to get, that would trigger the necessary action. It worked for me. Listening to the scary facts, reading the scientific papers, watching the documentaries, that motivated me to jump into action. But for most people, hearing scary facts, even uncomfortable information, shuts them down, switches them off. They're already on the brink of losing it because of the struggles of just the challenges of day-to-day life, which is getting harder and harder. Or they just feel disempowered, don't know what to do. So scaring, guilting, and shaming people for not taking action for climate won't work. Typically, people then are jumping from disbelief into fatalism. Oh, it's too late. Neither are going to spark the necessary action. But thanks to the likes of Sir David Attenborough, Chris Packham, who's kindly endorsed this important event, the school strikers and the climate activists who sacrifice so much of themselves in order to sound the alarm. 80%, polls show 80% of this country want action on climate. So why then is our government gifting new fossil fuels? Why are the companies making record-breaking profits? Why are people being pushed into poverty? Why? Well, if you listen to Al Gore's latest TED Talk, he is titled, What the Fossil Fuel Industry Doesn't Want You to Know. It's really exceptional. You've all got to go and Google that after this and go and watch it. He shines a light very much calling out the fossil fuel industry for their opposition on climate, mounted by the fossil fuel industry themselves, doing everything they can to slow down progress through their lobbying, their think tanks, through their networks, through political and economic power. He calls them out. He says they've used fraud on a massive scale. Why? So they can make more money. Al Gore also dispels that carbon capture and storage is going to save us. There's this great image he shows of the carbon capture unit in Iceland, and it's full of these windsocks that are all quite limp at the back. And then he says, yeah, I had the same thought too. If they work at the spec that they're supposed to, they'll sequester 27 seconds of annual global emissions. Like, the technology just does not exist right now for us to hope for a techno solution to this. And he calls out the COP for having been completely and utterly hijacked by the fossil fuel industries. It's like they're not even trying to pretend anymore. They've given the presidency to the CEO of the largest oil company. It can seem hopeless, can't it? But it is not. Enormous momentum for change around the world is building. China is 5 years ahead of its renewable targets. Brazil voted in a new leader that was a win for the Amazon. All new cars now sold in Norway are electric. Legal cases are mounting, and that's been really boosted by the UN strengthening the rights of the child to a clean environment, putting on pressure from every direction. The US, some states have banned new oil wells and are phasing out existing ones at speed. Many banks have declared that they'll no longer fund fossil fuels. Lawyers are refusing to take cases for fossil fuels as well. So there's plenty of good news. But this is, however, no excuse for complacency. The problem is still escalating faster than the solutions are being rolled out. And our climate has already destabilized to the point where we do need to be prepared for climate impacts hitting us, and we need to be resilient for what might come. So last year, the UN, they announced that 1.5 was no longer achievable without rapid transformational change. The media the next day reported 1.5 as dead. Not a single media front page said, hey, it's time for transformational change. Transformational change, sorry. And little has been communicated since about how truly brilliant transformational change could be for everyone. Like, the changes we need to make shouldn't be feared, they should be dreamed of, longed for, and demanded. So how do we bring everyone on this incredible transformational journey? How can we put climate front and center without pushing people away? How do we catalyze big picture, can-do thinking? How do we get people wanting the changes to happen and encourage them all to roll up their sleeves and to contribute to making these positive changes happen? Well, events like this today, brilliant step, really powerful to make that happen locally. But we need a new narrative. Telling people what to do can be quite disempowering, can meet resistance. So the proven effectiveness of deliberative participatory democracy, people's assemblies, citizens' assemblies, there is an almighty power in hearing people's ideas, in feeling heard, in being consulted and considered, respected, and part of the decision-making process. Even if the outcomes are not what their ideas were, they have collective ownership on the decisions made, and that lowers resistance and increases consent. We need to put out invitations. People need to be invited to join, and some people need to be invited many, many times before they'll actually come and join. And storytelling. I learned through my own life the power of the stories that I tell myself. How important it is to believe that things are possible. And let's simplify the message. Because not everyone has a scientific mind for facts, and hearing things you don't understand is equally off-putting. So perhaps instead of speaking about emissions, we speak about pollution. Air pollution, water pollution, because that is affecting us now. And campaigns for nature. Nature wins many hearts and minds. The March for Nature in London this Earth Day, it filled me with so much hope. There were so many people there. It just blew my mind. The march, the front of the march met the back of the march. There was just no more room. It just had to sort of follow itself around. It was phenomenal. Power in numbers, power to the people. So I've been enormously inspired by Rob Hopkins, the co-founder of Transition Town, author of the book, What Is to What If? And he's been going around giving these talks that he dresses up in a spacesuit, and he holds this sign that says, I've been to the future and we won. And I think that's just so brilliant to think of it that way, is this is all part of the process, and we are going to win this, and that'll help us to keep motivating, to keep going, keep forward. I got invited to go on one of his podcasts with Sky Sports presenter David Garrido recently, and on his podcasts, he takes us in his spaceship to 2030, and he asks us to vision what we see, what we hear, what we smell, what it looks like, how it feels He uses really wonderful descriptive terminologies like it's tantalizing, delicious, irresistible. We've got to kind of brainstorm these words that really captivate people's imaginations and start to make them feel good about this and excited, because the changes that we need to promote them in ways that are exciting, appealing, and basically irresistible. So we bring everybody along. I'm not going to share my vision. I'm just going to say, go and look at his podcast and hear what it is that David and I came up with. It was loads of fun. And also, I put an invitation out to you all to do the same thing, like leading up to that, brainstorming ideas, letting my imagination go wild and think, how could things be? It was really enjoyable. What comes next could be the best chapter for humanity yet. It could be beautiful, rewarding, and will most certainly improve the living conditions for the majority. To achieve this, we need to help ourselves to feel happy. I know that can be really challenging with the news that we hear, but happiness enables us to access the parts of the brain that solve complex problems and come up with great ideas. We need to be creative, and creativity gets switched off by feelings of stress and by being busy all the time. So we need to give ourselves time to daydream, to come up with our greatest ideas yet. Each of you here has huge opportunity to think up and make happen the changes that we need to make. Find your purpose. What sparks passion inside of you? What makes you feel motivated and excited? There's a huge opportunity for personal transformation, to reinvigorate yourself by setting goals that get you buzzing. Focus on your positive contribution, and this will help to avoid the paralysis of fear of the collective failure. Be a part of the new, regenerative, fair, and just story for humanity, regaining our balance with nature. Amplified by storytellers, artists, musicians, those who can create the emotional connection with the earth. Dare to dream. Vision what your mission could be. Once you land on what it is that you're going to dedicate your time and energy to, set to it and invite others to join you, and then share the stories so that inspires others. Because together, side by side, united in a mission, we can and we will. And if not you, who? And if not now, when? Well, kind of has to be now. So get excited, get imagining, because it's time to dream, believe, and achieve. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. I've been told to sum up, but I'm going to do it really quickly. Laura, thank you so much. I've been to the future and we won. Yes! It's the best chapter for humanity. Strike! And being too busy is a creative killer. I'm thinking slow travel, I'm thinking local food, I'm thinking bicycle. Amazing. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I'm going to move very quickly on to the declaration. Or maybe not. It's not. Okay. Well, that's even more incentive for you to go upstairs to the amazingly been 31 clerks since 1629. That is dedication to a cause. Pretty similar to us, dedicated. So if you go upstairs to the council chamber, you can have a look at the declaration, hopefully refine it, agree, finalize it, and make your pledges at the same time. This is the opportunity for you as groups to come together under one banner. This is the declaration for 2023. Might change in 2024. But to get behind it as groups, as all the groups have talked about today, getting together, multiplying the impact we have together. And also, very important to fill out those pledges, and if you take those up to the room too, we can build year on year on year on the amount of activity that's going on, both for us as individuals, but also collectively as groups. So I think I'll stop there, and I think we'll move on to the next session. Thank you.
So I'm just going to leap in. I'm not meant to, but as any of you observing and with a watch will be able to work out, that we are slightly behind. Not that far actually. However, there are people upstairs watching on a live stream, and there are empty seats here. So we want to give some of those an opportunity to come down and join us. Actually, if you would prefer, you're always welcome to go and stretch your legs and have a drink and sit upstairs and do that. So what we'll do is not give it a full 10 minutes. But if you need to have a quick break, then we'll come back and we'll then try and start as soon as possible. Thank you.
For the panel, do we want to move the table?
Yes, I think we want to be
a bit further forward.
Exactly.
I mean, people can see over their heads.
It's to do with the camera over there. I did ask all that myself because I thought we want to be more engaged with the audience. There's one thing I do.
We don't need that.
Is that off? Oh. It's meant to be 5 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Was it?
Yes.
Never mind, it was perfect.
Never mind, no, it's fine. But the one thing that I would quite like, and I don't know who to ask, but did you hear that if you're close to it, you can hear the sort of feedback or whatever? And I think you're meant to be close to it with that extra noise, rather than some people were further away. And that's what we need to let each panel know as they go on.
Are they going to do this? Are they going to stand up?
Yes, that's what
Do we
can
want
do.
them to stand up, or do we want them to sit around and have a conversation?
I think they want
Stand
a
up?
conversation. Can I just quickly introduce?
Conversation.
Have you ever met? No. This is how I heard. It says so. What? No, everyone's got to bring their own. No, they're all making. Okay, well we haven't got any China. So they have to bring their own, or they have to buy one of these. Oh, I tell you what I did. No, there isn't. I bought. No, I took.
That's exactly how it is. If I can find Rachel, I'll introduce you. If not, I'll email her. Great, thank you, Nick. That's good. So the dates were open on 23rd of September through to the 1st of October. And it's generally at the weekend. So you can do it. That's when it's happening. So it's fairly soon. And the weekend? But if you could send us details of what you've got, one of the things we're doing is compiling a list of people who are willing to buy oil to allow people to come. Yes. Hello. Yes. That'd be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. one of the things we're really looking to do is to develop. I'm part of Dorset Climate Action Network as well as Sustainable Dorset. We're really trying hard to sort of develop the youth section of that. And there's a youth kind of group this afternoon. With Dorset Can as well as Sustainable Dorset as well.
About obviously a video about focusing on hedge trees. So do kind of locally in their school grounds where they have build hedge trees. So they kind of suggested that I get in contact.
Exciting, fantastic.
Just a quick word.
Hello, yes.
You said you live near Shaftesbury.
I do.
Oh, do you have a card or anything?
I do.
I'm part of the Sustainable Shaftesbury, so I didn't realise we had someone as distinguished as you living on our doorstep. Oh, you're in Donheads, are you? Or
No,
something?
I'm not. I'm in Tisbury, but it's not far away.
In Tisbury? Oh, right, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Simon, our nephew, who does it now. But yes, they do a stupid.
Is that?
Yeah, that'd be perfect. The other thing that comes to mind is on the 28th.
Hello. We'd like to start the next session as soon as possible, so please could you take your seats? Thank you. Chairs so that you're a bit closer.
Where's the chappie?
No, I think Charlotte's got them ready, so thank you. Maybe you have to go and buy some. I haven't got anything with me, sorry.
Hello, hey, good to see you. So I haven't had
Sam, is that time?
Yeah, sure.
which way is forward on the clicker? Which way is forward on the clicker?
Hello. It is a great pleasure to introduce you to the first session of today. A 2-minute preamble. Our global, national, and local governance systems are the foundations of consent to change. Now, in the context of climate change, people don't know this. This is a secret. Don't tell anybody. The UNFCCC have what's called a ratchet system. It's a screw that tightens the knot on countries around the world to do better, do more, do faster. And I know everyone thinks we're behind, but that's because we've been in the planning phase. Like every good project, the project from 2015 to 2050 starts with planning. So we've been in a 10-year planning phase, getting everybody ready to do stuff. Now, since 2024, well, it started a couple of years ago actually, we're now in the implementation phase. And countries will be implementing their national adaptation plans, their national action plans for mitigation. Their long-term development strategies are, in some cases, formulated, in other cases, being formulated. Most importantly, they're supposed to report via their national communications every couple of years and their biennial transparency reports every 2 years. And transparency is actually very important in the measurement of carbon emissions. We've got to do it accurately with exactly the same data, country by country, and those systems have been put in place over the last 10 years. Some countries still don't have reporting systems that are sufficiently accurate enough, and that screw is now being tightened. 2024 is what's called the first global stocktake. Well, all countries will be reviewed on how they're progressing against their NDCs, the nationally determined contributions to climate change, updated every 5 years. And after 2024 comes in the enhanced transparency framework, which really starts to scrutinize what countries are doing, what governments are doing, and what local governments are doing to support national governments. So on that matter of the policies which really work, countries will be scrutinized. Which policies are working, how are they working, and how are governments improving on those policies, and therefore the actions that result from those, and financing, to make sure that action gets faster. So I'm very excited in this implementation phase to welcome the panel today. And we'll start off with the keynote from Bob Ward, then go on to having a discussion with Anthony Littlechild from Dorset Council, and then Neil Short from Bournemouth Council. So just a little bit about Bob, as he's our keynote speaker. So Bob is a Policy and Communications Director at the Grantham Institute on climate change and environment, and at the ESRC Centre for Climate Change Economics and Policy at the London School of Economics. He's also the chair of the London Climate Change Partnership, which is a very big and important organisation overseeing work in London. He really understands the risks we're facing from climate change and how to solve them, having previously worked in both risk management solutions and at the Royal Society. So he's got this wonderful research background as well. So, Bob, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Catherine, and I hope my slides are going to come up at some point. Is there anybody who's got my slides that they can put up? Anyway, I will just start by introducing myself. I don't know, Catherine, whether... let me tell you a bit about me. I'm based at the London School of Economics, as Catherine mentioned, but I'm also... since Wednesday, the vice chair of Burton Bradstock Parish Council. So I come, thank you very much. It's probably the most daunting and exacting position I've ever had. It's giving me a real insight into, thank you very much, Catherine, giving me a real insight into the challenges of implementing policy at a local scale, and I look forward to getting into those discussions shortly. My task here this morning over the next 15 minutes is to set the international and national context for the day. And it's a warm day here, and I hope you all stay hydrated throughout the day. Make sure you get plenty of fresh air. You will have maybe seen that the Met Office announced that this is probably the 6th day of temperatures above 30 degrees in the UK. We've never had that before recorded. It is undoubtedly a sign of climate change. And although for those of us who are healthy, this might be pleasant, late post-summer boom, remember that this is the temperature at which you will start getting hundreds of deaths across the UK, including here in Dorset. It's a natural disaster by any measure of these things. We will see hundreds of people have died as a result of this heat. So the climate change crisis is here and it's now, and it's going to get worse until we get to net zero emissions as a world. It just gets worse from here until we get to net zero. And that should be the focus for our efforts. So I'm going to whiz through here the context. So I apologize in advance. Some of the slides are a bit text heavy, but I've written them in the hope that afterwards the slides will be made available and you'll be able to look in more detail. So let's go through this. This is just to remind us of the context. The slide on the left is the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's summary of global weather extremes that happened in July. Lots of record temperatures around the world. On the right is the most recent figures from Copernicus, the European Satellite Earth Observation Service, showing that the 3 months of this summer are the warmest on record globally, right? By a very big margin. In fact, a frightening margin. And as other speakers have already mentioned, we are not doing enough to tackle the driving causes, which is global emissions of greenhouse gases. The slide on the left shows the most recent results for carbon dioxide emissions, the most important greenhouse gas, primarily from our burning of fossil fuels, showing that the projected emissions in 2022, this was a study that was published just in November of last year. There'll be an update in this November. It's showing that we're at record levels of greenhouse gas emissions. We are beginning to bend the curve, and our task is to get to peaking global emissions as soon as possible. On the right tells you who the biggest contributors are at the moment. China is by far the biggest annual emitter, followed by the US. India and the EU are now close together. somebody else referred to the fact that the UK is responsible for less than 1% of emissions at the moment annually. That's completely true. But let me tell you that when I talk to Chinese policymakers and scholars, what they want to know is what we are doing to tackle climate change. They want to learn from us. They want us to set an example. Us making threats that we'll start dragging our feet unless everybody else does more is not going to work. Those kinds of threats are completely wrong. They don't work. We have to lead by example. They want to learn from things like contract for difference for renewables. Up until yesterday, we had a great story to tell. Yesterday, we dropped the ball very severely. We're going to have to pick it up and get better at our own domestic policy implementation. Progress on cutting global emissions, we are behind schedule. We're nowhere on track for the Paris Agreement temperature goals. There's a very sizable gap between projected emissions for 2030 and what we know we would have to do to give ourselves a reasonable chance of limiting emissions to well below 2 degrees, which is the primary temperature goal, an even bigger gap to 1.5. Let me emphasize, we are likely to go past 1.5 degrees in the next couple of decades. It looks now very difficult. That is not a reason to give up on 1.5 degrees. There is nothing in the science that tells us it is now safe to go above 1.5 degrees. We're going to have to work very hard to bring emissions down so that we can bring temperatures down as soon as possible. And I'm afraid that's going to mean negative emissions, and that means technologies like direct air capture and carbon capture and storage. There is no way we're going to do it without those kinds of technologies, and we have to rethink our attitude towards that. You will have seen yesterday, perhaps late yesterday, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Secretariat, released the analysis of expert views that have been discussed through the UN over the last few months for the global stock take. It showed very clearly we are not on track. And I hope that will focus the minds of every single government that is going to the UN Climate Summit. And I hope that the Prime Minister of this country shows leadership and goes to the COP28 summit at the end of November. If he doesn't go, that is an absolute abrogation of leadership. This is the COP president designate, Sultan Al Jaber. As somebody else has noted, he is head of the state-owned oil and gas company in the United Arab Emirates. He is also head of the state-owned renewables company. There is no way we are going to get from where we are now with more than 80% of our energy coming from fossil fuels without engaging the fossil fuel industry. Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, I've met him, I've spoke to him. He is serious about the job of getting off fossil fuels and getting away from it because he can see in his country just how vulnerable they are. The places that are going to become unlivable because of extreme temperatures are exactly the places where he and all of his citizens live. This is his agenda he's laid out for COP28. It is an ambitious agenda. He will do his best to get it happen, but we have to put pressure on our government to back up this agenda and go positively and push for ambitious action and an ambitious outcome from COP28. Now I'm going to move to the UK context. Just to remind us again of our context, on the left is our average temperature, showing very clearly that the average temperature in the UK has risen. There is only one reason for that. It is rising levels of greenhouse gases. Don't let anybody pretend otherwise. One of the other consequences of a warmer atmosphere is it holds more moisture. When it rains more intensely. It increases the risks of flooding. You can see on the right, that's what our rainfall is doing. It is going up because we're getting a warmer atmosphere. You will see here the results of the State of the UK Climate published every year by the Met Office. The last one was published in July. I recommend you go and have a look at it. It said very clearly that last summer's unprecedented and frankly frighteningly warm summer, when temperatures went through 40 degrees for the first time, much to the shock and amazement of climate scientists, that can only really be explained by the impacts of climate change. Climate change is here and now. The expert body that is statutorily responsible for advising government and parliament on climate policy is the Committee on Climate Change. There is no greater authority on this issue. This is the results of their most recent progress report that was published in June. I recommend all of you read it if you haven't done. It is the most rigorous, authoritative assessment, independent assessment of our policies on climate change that you can get. On the left shows the progress we have already made in cutting emissions. We have done a good job so far in cutting our emissions, primarily from the power sector. We've got almost all of the coal off the grid, which is a success story. It's been through policy success. And at the same time, our GDP has gone up. Don't let anybody tell you that you have to sacrifice prosperity and the standards of living in order to cut emissions. That is a lie. This is the proof that you can improve the economics of our country and still cut emissions. On the right, in the middle, is comparing our territorial emissions, which is the traditional measure of our emissions, with consumption emissions. They are higher, but they are also coming down as well. We choose territorial emissions because we directly control them, but our consumption emissions are also important. But it isn't true that our emissions are only coming down because we're sending them all overseas. That is not true. Our consumption emissions are coming down as well. On the right is the CCC's assessment of how well we're doing on our emissions compared to the statutory carbon budgets. We have met all of the first 3 carbon budgets. It doesn't look like we're going to be on target quite for carbon budget 6, but we do need to do more. But we are still doing well, and this is where it's going to be difficult, because changing people's sources of electricity, they can do that without people really knowing. Electricity that comes out of your plug from a wind farm looks the same as electricity that comes out of your plug from a gas-fired power station. The next steps, where you have to get engaged and talk about people's heating, people's transport, means engaging, winning people over, persuading them, getting them on board, getting them to take part. And that's the difficult task we now face. You don't need to read all these, but this is basically the assessment of the CCC. It says we've done a good job on power. We're not doing as well on the rollout of electric vehicles and the phase out of diesel and petrol cars, but it's nowhere near the failure that some of the newspapers would like you to believe. Sales of electric vehicles are going up rapidly. We're not rolling out infrastructure as quickly as we should do, particularly in Dorset. We have lots of other areas, and lots of people have mentioned agriculture, and frankly we're going to have to get to grips with this in Dorset and lead by example. It's a difficult, sensitive topic, but it doesn't get fixed by us pretending it doesn't exist. This report assessed the carbon budget delivery plan that the government was forced to publish in March of this year, following a High Court ruling that it had not abided by the Climate Change Act in publishing enough details about how it was going to implement the goals of the Act. It shows that we're on target probably with carbon budget 4 and probably with 5. We're not quite there on carbon budget 6, and we need to do more. There needs to be more on the policy making side and implementation if we're going to get to the carbon budget 6 goal. This is an assessment by the different sectors. You will see that we are significantly behind on surface transport, primarily on the rollout of electric vehicles, but also on things like heating in buildings. We do need to do more. On aviation, we're also behind on a plan for how to manage increasing demand and not have it. The last 3, planning to use this week. person, establishment of a win community, buy an object and stop the development supply from the to have a look that the information is triggered because it blames our for something that he did. It is despicable misinformation. We have to fight it, and we have to get people to understand that this is a crisis that we all have to act on now. Thank you.
Different roles, the local authority, Southwest for the last.
Thank you. I'm going to try and be as quick as I can. I've got quite a few slides, but I think as somebody mentioned earlier, hopefully they're going to be shared with you all afterwards. So just using the slides for a bit of a, give you a bit of a general feel. I want to cover three things. I want to cover three things. I want to talk about a bit more sort of lower level data in terms of what it looks like for the county. I want to talk a little bit about what the council does, and then a bit about some of the challenges we have to think about in terms of taking this all forward. So this is from the latest government data which came out this year, but it's 2 years out of date, but just shows the breakdown of our carbon emissions in Dorset. As you can see, it's roughly a sort of third between agriculture, transport and sort of buildings, largely speaking, all the topics we've talked about today. It's fairly typical for a sort of rural county, and obviously the agriculture impact will be less in others. If you compare that to other counties in the area, you can see we're equivalent to Cornwall, a bit less than Somerset and Devon, but a lot higher than BCP, which counts attitudes to retrofit, done stuff or not done stuff. It's quite interesting that cavity wall seems to be quite positive. Floor insulation, solid wall insulation, a bit less so, but heat pump still seems a very long way to go, and about 59% of people sort of saying they don't have a heat pump and they don't really intend to get a heat pump. So there's a lot of change, required. Just lastly, I think I was asked by Giles to plug the pledge, as it were. So just selfishly, some ideas for pledging. Got in terms of energy efficient retrofit in organisations and homes. You can help to push that and make people aware of it. Engage consultations that are going on some of the key and there's a call for ideas about today. Thank you.
Neil Council. Neil, home energy more.
Thank you very much. I'll take you back to the place where Anthony started as well, back in 2019. Our council declared the climate and ecological emergency in response to public pressure, the school strikers coming to the town hall and demanding that the council take some action. And remember, in 2019, we were a brand new council. That's when BCP Council was formed. So one of the very first things they did was to declare an emergency. I find it useful not to talk about emissions Not to this group, because you know all about that. But in general, it's a bit of a turn-off. It's a bit scientific. People think, oh, emissions, it's science, it's gas, yeah, okay. So I tend to focus on this is what's going to happen. And as some of the speakers have already done today. And it's not that far into the future. When I started talking about this a few years ago, we had to look back decades to examples of what climate change was going to be like, what the scientists were telling us. Now, we just remember, well, today, yesterday, last week, last month, and so on. So it really is happening right now. The floods, the heat waves, the storms, we had 3 in quick succession, causing loss of life, denying tens of thousands power. So 3 of those in succession, and biodiversity as well, a key part of our emergency, the ecological word. Again, it's been mentioned already today, so I won't harp on about it, but we need a healthy natural environment if we're going to stand any chance of tackling this emergency. So what have we done? Since 2019, we compiled a list, a draft action plan, and took it to council and said, what do you think of these? And there were lots of actions on that, 153 actions. And some of them have come to pass since that time. In fact, 2/3 of our list are either finished, ongoing, or moving the right way. Things like this. We've got a green infrastructure strategy. This sets the scene for how we're going to have urban forests, urban greening, taking care of biodiversity, getting the investment to help us do those things. We have a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. It sets out, it's another plan, but it sets out how we're going to invest in cycling and walking. And as we heard earlier from the speakers, urban areas, particularly city areas, the people living there have a much lower, significantly lower carbon footprint than in rural areas because we're in close proximity. We should have all the public transport infrastructure there, so we don't need to create such a large carbon footprint. We have schemes like LEAP. This works across BCP and Dorset, where people, if they have an income of below £32,000, can have a free home visit from an energy expert, getting advice, getting goodies, lots of free things there, and access to grants. Here's one grant scheme. Anthony mentioned other grant schemes that are out there working now. Energy companies have their own. The government sometimes funds them, but there are lots of opportunities for people to get the very basic things like cavity wall insulation, loft insulation, and so on. And we're working together with Dorset on a scheme currently called HUG, which you will hear a lot more about, where we have been successful in bidding for £4 million worth of funding to roll out more of these improvements. And it can go a little bit further because it does include things like solar and heat pumps and so on. So we're working together on that. We have a Schools Environment Award. It's how we interest young people in the issues that we want them to get active on, whether it be saving energy, saving water, recycling more, minimising waste, travelling sensibly. All the messages we're talking about today, all the things that we need to do, and they are so keen to get involved. So that's a brilliant method. We talked about homes. In the BCP area, we are now starting to build passive house standard homes. These are the homes that are so massively insulated, heated by heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, solar, etc. It's 90% better, 90% reduction in the emissions from a normal dwelling. So that is undoubtedly the way forward. EVs we've talked about. It's not the ultimate answer, but it's a step on the way to the ultimate answer. And we've got 6 refuse freighters. People wondered, can you actually power a dust cart to constantly go around the streets every single day collecting rubbish? Yes, you can, by electricity. We've got about 30 vehicles in our fleet altogether. That saves about 100 tonnes of CO2 each year. So we are moving forward to get even more EVs. We have a partnership that we have started. It's not officially and formally active yet. I can see some of the members here today. but it's how we want to move forward, talking to large employers, talking to statutory bodies like universities, the health service, and so on, because we all need to work together on this. You will have seen Beryl bikes, big success story, over 1 million miles travelled by Beryl users around the conurbation. There are scooters as well now, of course, so get on your bike when you want to travel a short distance. And again, the same as Anthony, we had some money from the government in order to improve public buildings. We had £2 million, and we spent half of that on Poole Museum, which is that last picture just there. It was our flagship project, lots of insulation, new windows, but importantly, it's a heritage building, so we can't just strap solar panels all over it. The whole roof was replaced with solar slates. So if you get a chance to go along Poole Quay, do take a look at that. But the bottom line, it's all very well, we've done lots of beautiful things, but the bottom line is this. This is the number that you'll be looking at. The numbers are slightly different, the area-wide numbers, to the ones Anthony quotes, because these figures are from Manchester University, the Tyndall Climate Centre. It's called scatter data, and the difference is that they try to estimate scope 3. So that's the trickier scope. It's all the procurement and emissions from outside the area attached to the things that we buy and the things that we use. So figures are slightly different, but you can see the bottom figure here, we're down 3% from 2019. Now, it would have been bigger, it would have been 12%, but the government changed the way that they calculate some of the figures. And I'm not against that because it means they're getting more accurate. So they changed the way that carbon is calculated when it's sequestered in grasslands and forest lands and so on. So they changed the figures, but that's fine. So we're down 3%. We're moving the right way, but golly, we need to do so much more. And the top figure there is the council's emissions, so the operations, and the council buildings and vehicles. We're down 22% from 2019, but with the proviso, because we always have to say that some of that is due to us buying green energy, certified renewable energy, which we did from 2019 to 2022. So that's why the figure is 22. If we hadn't have bought energy, green energy, it would have been 13% reduction. Why have we stopped buying it? It's very expensive currently. And we would rather put our money into generating our own. So that's the direction we're going to move in. We have a new council. We mentioned elections. Of course, we had a new council from May this year. The administration changed, and so we are currently in the throes of sorting out our strategies and the direction that they would like to move in. And I said to our portfolio holder, Councillor Hadley, who some of you will know, I said, what do you want me to tell people about the way that we're moving? And that's what he said. Doing the right thing. Climate responsibility, financial responsibility is how we're going to secure our children's futures. If only he were here. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's pithy, it's direct, it's no nonsense. And I think that's the direction we're moving in. And I will tell him you clapped. With that in mind, we have a new corporate strategy, because strategies is where everything starts. It's where we sort of find our direction. It's out for consultation now. It's brand new. You can find it on our website, so you can sit and Google it and have your say right now, but not till I finish talking. But sometime today, do have a look. Because this is where you can start to say, we want more cycling, we want more insulation, we want more greenery, and you can actually get that message in front of decision makers. I've put a little arrow there because that's the mention of climate change. Oh, no one got excited. I'm shocked that no one got excited. Okay, it gets one mention, the actual words. However, when you start to look at the other actions, green jobs, improving wildlife, integrating communities, active people, self-sustaining, there's an awful lot about climate change. It's not just one thing. We don't need to talk about climate change. We can talk about the other good things. And the things in green are all linked to it, and they're about people and communities. So quality of life for all, well, we won't have that if the climate changes too much. Skills and development and learning, that's for the green economy. Everyone wants to live in good quality, sustainable, affordable homes. They're energy efficient homes. Working with partners to make sure everyone feels safe, safe from climate threats. Involving communities in decisions and shaping services and having a say. Please have a say. And the last one there, working with partners to reduce the impact of the rising cost of living. And interestingly, a lot of the work we're doing now around climate and energy is linked to the fact that people can't afford energy. So if we can help the people to have better insulated homes, to use energy in a better way, be educated about how to use it, then we're going to be on our way to helping the problem. A strategy we took to Cabinet just before the elections, so it hasn't been formalised yet, but the strategy did have this diagram in it, which some of the speakers have already mentioned. The council in this is tiny. Our own emissions are pretty small. They're big to us, but to the world, they're pretty small. However, it's the control that we have over other things, the things that we buy. And that's not just the council, of course, it's every single one of us. The things that we buy matter. We can shape the place, yes, with our cycle lanes and our restrictions and our rules. We can do that. We can show innovative things that we've done to show other people they work, and then they can adopt them. We can form partnerships, which I've mentioned, partnerships with other councils, other organisations, with communities themselves, and with groups like yours. And we can involve and engage and communicate. And communicate is the thing. Because whether people listen to us or whether they listen to you or whether they listen to the government, they need to listen to someone, and it has to be that clear, concise message that this is about our survival. So just some of the things that we have coming along down the pipeline, some of the projects that we're working on. The first is the local nature recovery strategy. That's Dorset-wide. We're working with the council, working with the Wildlife Trust, who are here today, I'm pretty sure. And that is all about the crucial role that wildlife and nature has in assisting us to tackle this problem. So that is a crucial document. Part of our no-nonsense approach is looking at solar. Dorset have done a great deal already. We want to do a lot as well. So we've started off assessing our buildings to try and see where we can use solar to best advantage. Something that's quite exciting coming along, a study on geothermal energy. Southampton have been using it for years. We're looking to see, can we use it in our area? LAEP stands for Local Area Energy Plan. We don't fully understand the amount of energy we're going to need, where it could come from, who's going to use it, can we store it, can it be renewable? So we're commissioning a piece of work that will educate us and hopefully assist the utilities, the power companies, the network operators in understanding energy use in our area. And finally, something else that you can have a say on is the local plan. We had 3, because we were 3 councils. We are now drafting 1 plan. And we, I say we, the climate team, want the very best policies to be in it so that anything new that's built is built to the very best standard. So please do, when it comes out for consultation, have your say on that as well. And finally, thank you very much for listening. Brilliant turnout today. I'm so pleased to see you all here. And thank you very much indeed to the organisers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Bob. We're going to have a few minutes for Q&A now, but just beforehand, we are delighted to have Tobias Ellwood, MP for East Bournemouth, with us today, and he has requested to make a statement. Tobias.
Around the world, and I'm really now pleased to see that there's a lot of representation here, but there's not the elected people here to understand and learn and listen to some of the amazing facts and figures and concerns that have been expressed here today. And I'm really, really sorry about that. I will make that case when I certainly get back up into Parliament. I don't know how many councillors, I think we've got a couple of councillors from BCP as well. It's good, but where are the council leaders? You know, where are the portfolio holders for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council?
Richard Tracks, maybe?
Let's keep this civil, if I may. Otherwise, I might be here for a long time and probably end up. You asked where we were, so we should ask where Tracks is, surely. Of course you can, but then we can bounce off the room. Does that take us any forward at all? Might make you feel better, but it doesn't give us answers. It doesn't give us solutions as to where we need to go. And that's what we need to do. Because like I said, unless we're leading into this. Now, I have a defence military background. I'm chair of the Defence Select Committee. We know all the stats, the figures and bits and pieces. They've been mentioned all the time of what's happening. The ice caps melting, sea levels rising, areas of Africa becoming uninhabitable. What my study did on the impact of climate change was the fact that insecurity is the first thing we're going to see, in addition to having very hot days here in the UK and floods and fires and so forth. It's the insecurity across Africa where governments cannot cope with what's going on, and you're going to get mass migration as people decide to leave Africa. You're going to get impact on our own economy because we are internationally exposed, and we're going to see wars develop as people fight over resources that are more and more sparse. That is what's coming over the horizon. This isn't next generation's challenge, it's today's generation's challenge. That's what it is. And that, as I say, in the G20 as well, arguments will come out as to why the bigger countries aren't doing enough because it'll affect their economies. They want to win elections, and the last thing, if I can finish, I'm really happy. If you want to heckle me, you can. If you want to answer questions, you can as well.
What we're hearing is fear-mongering. What's your action?
Yeah. Oil companies.
Okay, I've only been given a couple minutes. If you want to interrupt me, if that's your case, to have a pop at me personally, or please let me, you're shaking your head, madam. Okay, it's not my government because I'm not in government, okay? And if I may, we've been very respectful up to now, and you're actually making my point for me. Because if you want to know why other MPs, other councillors and so forth don't come here, it's because they don't necessarily feel welcome. And the point I'm trying to stress is that if we do not actually bring people with you, take people with you, then this will become an ever challenging problem we have to face. So, okay. Right. I do ask you, please, allow me to speak, and I'm really happy to answer any question on fossil fuels, on the big businesses, and so forth. When I was a little boy, my father worked for the United Nations, and we moved around a lot. At the age of 10, we had wheelie bins. I was living in Austria at the time. We had wheelie bins there, different colour wheelie bins for all the things we had. That was my first introduction into understanding what is happening to the world and why we need to do more to change it. Absolutely right. I'm not proud of the length of time it's taken my government to get to where we are today. My government. It's Britain that needs to make this happen. But us shouting at each other, bouncing off the walls in here, is not going to change or affect things any faster. We need to take people with us. We talked about Bournemouth Council and so forth. The challenge, this is a reality check in Bournemouth, for example. People come to Bournemouth, it's a tourism town. We rely on tourism, they come by car. 3/4 of visitors come by car. Yes, we want more people to come by trains, but if you use South West trains, you'll understand why they won't. You'll understand what will happen to Bournemouth's economy if somehow that all stops. So you then need a cognitive answer to say, fine, the approach right now is to build houses on car parks. Well, why not turn the car parks into totally ones that plug into EVs and electrical ones? That, for example, would be the stepping stone. That would be taking people with you at the same time. That, for me, is what needs to actually happen. I think Britain has done well, but not good enough on the international stage, but we're not doing enough on the local level or indeed the national level as well. I'm embarrassed. Okay, I'll be frank with you. I'm very embarrassed it's taken so long with this daft issue to do with wind farms onshore. How can it be that one person is allowed to object. One person. That doesn't make sense whatsoever. So feel free to vent your anger at the Conservative government through me. I get that and understand it. The people that I have worked with, I think Sue Chapman's here and others, I've done my best to tackle things from inside. The fact that I'm here today is to listen and take things away from you. I want to actually work with you.
Thank you.
If you want to have a chat afterwards, I'm happy to hang around, okay? And I'm happy to learn and take these messages back. But we do need to work on this together, and it needs to be in advance where we do not alienate groups. And I distance myself from the cover. I don't read the Telegraph anymore, by the way, because they're twisting the stories as well. And perhaps this is part of the challenge as well, is that this is not necessarily generational, but some degrees it is. And I'm going to schools, the younger generation get this, they understand this, they want to lean into this. But we have some leopards that will not change their spots here, and that is the challenge that we actually have to face. But I'll end where I begun. Time is against us. You'd have thought there's an international issue that challenges our entire existence as such, that we'd be working together. But I'm afraid the issue of climate change is actually dividing us internationally. And we see that with China, India, and to some degree the United States not doing enough. Now, I've been slightly embarrassed by the absence of Britain on the international stage over the last 5 to 10 years. I don't want to go down why that's happened, that's another debate. All I'm saying is that we do have a soft power capability in the world. We can lean into this far, far more than we should do, but we're not doing that at the moment. And I certainly will pledge to continue my work and working inside, coming to events like here, willing to take the flak. That's what MPs, that's what elected people should actually do. That's what I would like to do. So thank you very much for bearing with me. Thank you very much for listening. You want to ask a question, I'm not going to leave the floor until you've had your say.
How can this government justify issuing new oil licences? And how can this government justify the retraction and protection of nature that we're seeing, considering we are in a climate and biodiversity emergency right now?
Again, I'm not in favour of that whatsoever. The details of that are again to do with the economy. It's also probably to do with seats as well, but it is absolutely wrong. And I was shocked when we started to sort of dig coal. The answer to do was actually connected with steel, because the steel requires the necessary heat. That was the justification. But I think if we led on COP26, if we step forward on the international stage to do something quite exceptional at that meeting, and then we're taking retrograde steps back with these announcements, such as the one that you're absolutely right to highlight. So I'm very, very happy to say that that's not for me, and that I'm not proud of my government there. Please don't take the idea that because I'm standing up here and I happen to be the Conservative, that I'm going to defend everything the Conservative government agrees. If you know anything about me personally, you'll recognise I do stand up occasionally, and I get a lot of grief for it as well, against my own party. And that is the other reason why I'm here. This is the biggest issue that we face, and I'm here to help you and support you.
We've got a roving mic, so should we take 3 questions from around the floor? Okay, 2 questions? Two questions. Okay, short question. Let's be diplomatic. This lady had her hand up first, followed by the gentleman over there.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Right. My name is Maya Pierce. I'm a new member of Dorset COP, and I'm ambiguous in my eco beliefs. But I would like to ask, is it Tobias? A question, please. A little while. Oh, I am so sorry. Can I ask anybody a question then? A little while ago, I think last year, I heard an article on the radio from Swaffham about a project in Swaffham Prior to take a village off-grid. I think I'm correct in remembering that it said it had gone 70% off-grid. I have tried several times to talk to Cambridgeshire County Council and Swaffham, etc., etc. And my question is, why the hell do we not do joined-up thinking? If there is a project that is working, then why the hell
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, one of the things that, your thoughts on this issue, one of the things that really scares me right now in the UK is the politicisation of this issue, as if it's becoming now like in the United States, for example, where you either, if you vote one side or you vote the other, you either believe or don't believe in certain issues. And that really, to me, scares me beyond, in fact, some of the issues that we're seeing in real life out there in the world. And I wonder if you might give your thoughts on how we can essentially de-party politicise this issue and genuinely work together towards getting the changes that we need.
Just to respond to the first question about Swaffham, it was actually came from the community itself, and they put in funds to pay for that. So if you've got a village or community anywhere else, there's nothing to stop them rolling out that same project. Yes, but there's nothing to stop your community or one of our organisations. Well, okay, well, that's something to take out of this meeting, but it's a very great example to highlight. It is community action that brings forth change. And we... Yes, I agree with that, so yes. And it wasn't a council-led event, so... Well, yes, okay, well... Right, okay. Sorry, we'll move on to the next response.
I was just going to add to that last one, sorry, if I may. You're absolutely right. So a lot of this can be looked at by trying to share good practice that's out there already. So we're trying to do that through some of the schemes that we're doing by producing case studies and various other things. And there are various organisations and groups that are trying to draw together examples of good examples that can be replicated and replicated. So I think it's something to think about how do we do that in Dorset? Is there a way to do that in Dorset that's a practical way? Maybe that's a decan thing that could happen. I don't know, but...
I mean, I actually asked two of our Living Dead councillors to help me deal with this, and what was really not very good.
Yeah, I think somebody might know about it. I think Swaffham was not on the gas network, so it was trying to have a conversation about there's a greater incentive there, but I completely agree with you that we need to be sharing best practice. I would encourage you to engage with your parish councillors and other councillors. They have to be the ones who kind of take this forward. I'm going to take the other question, which was about, I've forgotten what oh yeah, politicisation. So I think it's a good idea if we are not politically divided about whether climate change is happening or not. It is all happening. However, I do not share the view that there should be complete 100% agreement across the political parties about every single policy to do it. There's no other area of politics where you would expect agreement across all the parties. It should be a race to the top. That's why at the next election we should be voting on which party is offering the most ambitious programme to tackle climate change, because that is where our economic prosperity lies, and that's up to you now to engage with all of your elected members. And I would like to thank Tobias for coming and being here and at least standing up to talk to us. He has made the effort to come here. It is not him you should be going. It should be those who are not here. You need to get in touch with them and say, why weren't you here today?
Thank you very much for everybody. That brings us to the close of our plenary session.
And I'd just like to pass on a wildflower seed packet to thank our speakers for attending.
If you could come back in about 5 minutes' time, we'll try and make up a little bit of time. So quick break, and then we'll be back on.
Could you please take your seats for the next session?
That's fine. Yeah, here you go. 12:45 we're supposed to finish.
You can do that, would be amazing.
And then you want to get what you said. So give me 12:50, okay?
Okay, right.
Could everybody take their seats, please, for this next session? And can I ask the last panel to move over and let the new one come on? Cheers, thanks very much. Right, how are we doing? I can't take the papers as well. Right, we'll start now, and I'm sure people will filter in. A very warm welcome to this panel. My name is Neil Morissetti. Those who've seen the programme, there's a clue in the fact of my title that I used to be a sailor, and then a diplomat, including the government's climate and energy security envoy and the Foreign Secretary Special Representative for Climate Change. I'm now at University College London, where I'm a Professor of Climate and Resource Security. Importantly, I live in Dorset, in North Dorset. The focus today is about energy. The panel is entitled Power Up, Power Down. And what we're going to try and talk about today is what we can do about energy, about how we're going to increase the power generated from renewable and other low-carbon sources, and how we're going to reduce the amount of fossil fuel we use, and at the same time improving our energy efficiency. Both of which, as we've heard already, more needs to be done in Dorset. 5% of our power from renewables is pretty depressing. And those who are here for the zero carbon brief will know that power down scores 2. It's out of 5, and 2 doesn't mean you're nearly there. And power up only scores 1. So there's a lot more to do. Yep, we can talk to politicians. Yes, we can talk about the media. Yes, we can talk about the multinationals. But ultimately, the onus is on all of us as the inhabitants of Dorset to get on and do things. And our panel today will look at what's possible and how, both from a domestic and commercial perspective. There is a slight change from the advertised panel in that technology is, I'm afraid, beaten us, and Jason Hawkes from Magna Housing won't be able to join us, but I am joined with Poppy Maltby, a colleague who is head of cities and regions at Regen, which is a not-for-profit centre on energy expertise and the market insight. She's an economist by training and have experience, but she's been with Regen since 2017 when she came from EDF, and she looks after the local authorities and communities as they make action to address the climate emergency. When she's not doing that, She's organising marathons and participating in them and raising money for local charities. Our other panellist is Rupert Hardy, who is the chair of North Dorset Council for Protection of Rural England, and he leads on renewable energy. In particular, the utilisation of something which every building, or virtually every building, has, a roof, in order that we can, perhaps that's the best place to place solar panels. And he comes to this role from a career in finance and recruiting, but he also is quite good at photography, cooking, and sculpturing, and I've actually seen he's not bad at Scottish country dancing as well. The plan is that I'm going to speak a few minutes about energy strategies and why we need an energy strategy. But then Poppy, followed by Rupert, will talk from their piece. We will have a very quick discussion, because I want to open this up to all of you for a Q&A, and the aim is that we will do all of that by 10 to 1, so we've caught up with what's going on in the programme. Energy is the key to everything we do. Without it, please come through and take a seat. Without it, we can't have the necessary economic growth and wherewithal to address the global challenges we're worried about, be it health, poverty, alleviation, housing, and what we're here to talk about today, the impact of a changing climate and what's going on in our environment. Traditionally, we have sought secure and affordable supplies of energy. Today, we need to add another word to that list. It's secure, it's affordable, and it's sustainable if we're going to drive down our greenhouse gas and CO2 emissions. It is a strategic issue, and therefore, we need an energy strategy. And that applies at all levels, not just at national government. We've heard earlier comments about the local area energy plans. I think it's a BCP. It needs to be at local government, but it needs to be in companies, in businesses, and we as individuals need some form of strategy in thinking in our own minds as well. It's also critical that we address demand and not just supply. All too often, and we've seen it with this government strategy, the focus is on supply of energy. We need to look at the demand side as well, and in particular in electricity, we need to look at what we're doing at peak times. That strategy has 5 strands in my mind. Energy efficiency. It doesn't matter what source of energy you're using. If you use less, you're more efficient, you reduce your costs, and your energy security increases. And ideally, that should be locally generated energy as well. Now, there are expensive technology solutions out there, but a lot of it is relatively simple, relatively cheap, and most importantly, behavioural changes result in reductions in the amount of energy we use. The nature or type of energy we're using is key. We have to move, as we know, away from fossil fuels, especially oil and coal. And that direction is towards renewables and other low-carbon sources. But that transition is not going to happen overnight, so we need to map it out, how we're going to do it, how we're going to reduce the fossil fuels, how we're going to build up the renewable ones. And that requires us to do research and development, it requires us to have a technical programme, we need to invest in alternative power generation systems, alternative transportation systems, and we need the infrastructure to support all of that. We need generation options, we need storage options, whether it be domestic battery options or it's large battery parks storing or hydro storage, whatever it is to store energy. We all know the grid is knackered. It was designed to generate power in single sources and transmit it out on that basis. We need to move to a more local approach which enables a more multi-directional flow of energy, and maybe we need to think about locally priced energy as well. And picking up on the point about communities should be benefiting perhaps from onshore wind. We need smart grids, in other words. And we need to look at things like carbon capture and storage. As Bob said, we aren't going to get to net zero without carbon capture and storage. It's going to be challenging. It is technically challenging, but we need to invest in it. But we also need to not say, this is going to do all our problems and solve everything. Whilst we're still dependent on oil and gas and imported energy, we need to see stability in the regions where we source our energy from. We saw what happened in February 22 with Putin's invasion of Ukraine and what happened to energy prices as a result of that. Energy is a global commodity. The event may be happening in Ukraine, but the price of oil from the Middle East goes up as much as other gas from elsewhere. But we also need to think to the future. Alternative technologies, low-carbon sources of power generation require other minerals and other things, so we need to see stability in those regions as well. And the final piece is we need to see security of supply. We need to have secure supply lines. And the most secure supply lines are those which are short and closest to home. That energy strategy needs to be coherent with our land strategy. What are we going to do to feed the nation? What are we going to do to house the nation? It needs to be coherent with our health strategy. It needs to be coherent with our industrial strategy. And finally, as well as being resourced, it's critical that we have the story or the narrative to support it. And a narrative which is relevant to a wider audience, it resonates with the audience. I would suggest a purist approach will not work. We need to be pragmatic, but we need to be honest and factual. And most importantly, I think we need to highlight the opportunities and the benefits, and not just the benefits in the price of the electricity you're paying or how you're using your vehicle, what's happening to the air quality, what's happening to reduction in health expenditure on respiratory issues and these sort of things. We need to look at the totality of it. Because then, with secure, sustainable and affordable energy, we can make the progression we want to reducing our greenhouse gas and reducing the risk posed by a changing climate, while still maintaining the prosperity in order to address all those other issues that we face in the world today. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Poppy for the keynote.
Hello, thank you so much for inviting me to talk today. I'm going to try and do this really fast because I think it'd be great to have a bit more audience participation and hear some questions and respond to some questions from you. So I'm here to talk a little bit about a study that Regen did a couple of years ago now called Decarbonising Dorset, and it looked at how Dorset could move from where they are now to 2050 and become net zero. And the title, I guess the title of my talk is a sort of the summary of what we concluded, which is that it's actually a potential leader, but it has a really, really long way to go. It has loads of opportunities that it hasn't grasped yet. Just quickly who we are. We are Regen. I'm the head of cities and regions at Regen, and we are not-for-profit, and we are mission-led. So the only things that we do is to decarbonise, democratise and decentralise energy, and we see this as a way of building a net zero energy system. So anything we do, and we work a lot with the government, local government, energy networks and energy companies, and it's all towards that mission that we want to achieve. And I think that democratising and decentralising is really, really critical, and it's about communities benefiting from this energy transition, and which is why these sorts of events are so critical today and all the organisations involved in it. So just quickly on the title of the session, the sort of power up, power down, this is some analysis that we did in that study. And you can see here is the sort of, I'm told I can't look at the slide and speak in the microphone at the same time. You can see here the transition from that rather poor 5% figure down to a scenario where Dorset is actually an energy exporter. So you can see right here you've got the big three, you've got transport, you've got gas, and you've got electricity. And this is actually your energy use. So I'm not talking about carbon emissions here, I'm talking about how much energy we are using in Dorset. And then next to it is how much energy you're generating. And that needs to shift and contract as you move across. So you've got your heat pumps, you've got your EVs, electrifying your transport, and that squeezes down from about 14,000 I think it's gigawatt hours, to around 7 to 8 gigawatt hours in 2050. So you're contracting down, but some of that is achieved anyway through the efficiencies of electrification. So your heat pump is significantly more efficient in the energy that it brings in and uses than your gas boiler, which is like an 80% efficient. A heat pump is could be 300% efficient. So you're achieving quite a lot of those reductions over time. You then need to build a lot more renewable energy. And at the end, you've got, I guess for context, I was thinking, as I do sometimes, about the Navitas wind farm that never was, the 1 gigawatt offshore wind farm that we don't see off the coast of Dorset now. That would be about 3.5 1,000 gigawatt hours. So you're coming up to around half of the energy demand in Dorset from just that one generator that never happened. Not that I'm too bitter. Oh, no, I am quite bitter about that, but you never know. We might get that back one day. So that's sort of what we need to do. That is the sort of the transition, and it is entirely possible. We've got all the technologies there, and we know how to do it. The practicalities and politics of doing it is an entirely different thing, and that's often where things come apart. I thought I'd just highlight quickly, I think all of these stats have been talked about in earlier sessions, so I'm not going to do that again. Dorset is pretty typical in terms of its demand. You've got the big three, you've got big chunks from commercial, from domestic, and from transport. But the thing I did want to highlight, because another bee in my bonnet is if you actually included the oil and gas production from Dorset, you might be doubling pretty much our carbon emissions in this area, and they don't count the oil and gas production from places like Witch Farm, for example. So those are really very significant producers in the area. So that leads me on a little bit to the point that we were making at the beginning about the potential leader, that Dorset is actually a really interesting microcosm of energy opportunity. It's a challenge and it's an opportunity. Dorset has a really high solar irradiance. It's sunny here, sunnier than other parts of the country. It means you get more electricity from your solar panels. It's also quite windy, although sadly not today. It's windy onshore and it's windy offshore. And those are technologies we can put in the ground now. But it's also got all these really exciting future technology possibilities. You've got marine tidal resource, which doesn't happen very many places in the country, certainly not in England. You've got an old nuclear site, which could feature a small modular reactor. A heavy emphasis on the could there, but it is a potential. You've got the oil and gas infrastructure that I've just mentioned, and that old infrastructure you can transform and use for a new green infrastructure. You can store hydrogen, you can move hydrogen, you can store energy using some of that infrastructure. You've got geology around Portland, quite a significant gas storage geology that might even work for hydrogen, these salt caverns, which is very exciting. And as BCP were mentioning, you may even have some geothermal. So Dorset actually has a huge number of energy opportunities. It's also got some really big industries. I think we've heard some of them today. You've got your tourism, you've got your agriculture, you've got a really large marine sector, you've got Poole Port, you've got Portland Port, you've got a big defence sector as well, and you've got things like quarries and extraction. So you've got a lot of industries that really need to find a way to decarbonise, and some of them are really putting a lot of thought and money into that. So there is a lot of demand for clean energy here as well. So my final slide, very quickly, is a diagram that you probably can't read, but this is just a sort of a summary of the sort of transition and some of the big decisions that need to be made in the area to get to net zero. Highlighted in pink are some of the ones that we think are particularly interesting for Dorset. I would highlight the 2037, which is actually quite late, the date that the license runs out for the oil and gas extraction. So there's three sectors that are just, I guess, slam dunks for opportunity. There's the solar opportunity. We recommended that you go full guns for that. You could get another gigawatt of solar in Dorset quite easily using not that much land. Rupert might have things to say about that. But you get billions. I mean, I think my estimate's from 2021, but it's at least 500 million inward investment. You then get about $1 billion or over $1 billion of gross value added, and that's over 1,000 jobs just in that solar sector. And that's not a great sector for jobs because, you know, once it's there, it sort of sits there. But there's still opportunities there. Taking that to the next level, you've got the offshore wind farm. Those can take, you know, you might be looking at about £2 billion to build that thing. That'll be £3 to £4 billion of gross value add for the areas that's going to build it. And you're looking at 2,500 jobs in marine construction, port infrastructure, you name it. There's an awful lot of investment that could happen around an offshore wind farm in this area. And then the next one, which is the really big one and the really hard nut to crack is the retrofit. So you need around £10 billion, it is 10 billion, to invest in the 66% of homes that need retrofitting and the 85% that need a new heating system. And that's 10,000 jobs just there that are needed to do that sort of work in the area. So, you know, this green transition and opportunity, there's some really great opportunities for the technology, and they are just here. They're just here now, and we can really grasp those in Dorset if there's a willingness to do so. So I think those are just my main points. Just the thing about political leaders and why today is really important is often they are followers. They want to know that you want it and that it's technically possible. So organisations that you've got in this room are really, really important to demonstrate to those political followers what you want to see in Dorset. And so I just, echo all the other messages. It's really, really important, this sort of gathering today, and then using that to tell those politicians what you want to see. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Dorset CPRE's primary remit is to protect and enhance the countryside and support rural communities, but we also fully endorse net zero. We've been actively promoting solar rooftop for some farms may cause harm to protected landscapes such as areas of outstanding natural beauty, heritage assets such as historic churches, and are being built on the best agricultural land, which is inappropriate at a time of rocketing food prices. However, we're well aware we still need more solar farms to combat net zero, and we support particularly small community-funded ones, such as the Dottery solar array near Bridport. The government's recent policy paper, Powering Up Britain, was meant to address our slowness in introducing measures to meet net zero, but has been criticised for lacking ambition and offering little money. The government is still prioritising offshore wind to supply the majority of our renewable energy needs, but is now also aiming for 70 gigawatts of solar ground and rooftop capacity, a five-fold increase by 2035. But it's very unclear how this will be funded or implemented. Next year, a solar roadmap will be published, but we remain concerned that too much focus will be on greenfield solar and not enough on rooftop, where the government has belatedly focused. What can Dorset do as new offshore winds less likely to be proposed here, and the main contribution will come from solar? Yet we also ask why 95% of households and 98% of businesses in Dorset had no roof-mounted solar as of December 21, even though installation has undoubtedly accelerated recently. The answer was first a failure by government, and I'm afraid to some degree by Dorset Council, to make it mandatory for new developments to fit solar panels on every roof. After much badgering, it appears Dorset Council is finally looking at ways it can impose new planning conditions on developers. Other local authorities have already done this. Government policy still focuses primarily on advisory guidelines rather than mandatory conditions. However, we could install solar panels on all new buildings, existing industrial and commercial rooftops and car parks, as this could provide up to 2/3 of the 70 gigawatt national target for solar energy, according to University College London, their Energy Institute. Rooftop solar is universally popular, and it would enable our towns and cities to play their part and would reduce strain on the grid. By 2050, rooftop solar should be able to meet a large part of our solar energy targets if the government can provide some financial support for retrofitting rooftop solar on domestic buildings. If we met solar energy targets solely through ground-mounted solar, 500,000 acres of our countryside, an area larger than Greater London, would have to be sacrificed. Much would be beautiful countryside. Therefore, a lot hinges on the promised government solar roadmap and the ability to resolve current major grid capacity issues. The grid is badly regulated, lacks capacity and needs major reform. One of the reasons for slow progress on industrial buildings has been issues of building ownership and leasehold arrangements, complex planning processes, as well as roof weight and warranties. High energy prices now mean owners of commercial buildings are looking at rooftop solar wherever they can, especially as installing panels on these properties is so much cheaper than for domestic, thanks to scale. Warehouses alone could double the UK's current solar PV capacity of 15 gigawatts. The government is at least now consulting on changes to permitted development rights with the aim of simplifying planning processes for large commercial rooftop installations. Retrofitting older buildings will be expensive, however. Although that on domestic solar PV was dropped a year ago, it has not yet been dropped on commercial. Another way would be to increase funding of community energy groups like Sustainable Swanage and Purbeck Energy, who promote the virtues of solar rooftop, as well as facilitating the fitting of panels at discounted prices. This would cost much less than subsidising directly millions of homeowners, but so far the government has only promised a miserly £10 million fund. More Dorset towns instead should follow Swanage's example. However, praise should be given to Dorset Council for improving the energy efficiency of its buildings and other climate initiatives that it has undertaken in the last year or two. In conclusion, we ask government to make these key changes. 1, major reform of the grid. 2, a national land use strategy to balance the competing demands for development, energy and infrastructure, food security and nature recovery, including a national solar rooftop target. 3, make solar panels mandatory for all new buildings and car parks too. Finally, give more financial support to community energy. Provide low-cost loans for both domestic and commercial rooftop solar, and please insulate. We ask that Dorset Council commits to introducing mandatory planning conditions for solar and enhanced energy-saving measures on all new homes. And we ask that you, Dorset residents, that you save as much energy as you can, insulate your home so much better, and please install rooftop solar. Thank you very much indeed.
Poppy, Rupert, thank you very much. I think you've outlined some of the opportunities that sit there, both domestically and commercially. I think you've also outlined some of the tensions that sit there as well. And maybe, and I'm not always normally aligned with Chris Packham, but I think, as he alluded to, we need perhaps to compromise and work together to move forward on that. I apologise for using my phone to it. I've been trying to get Jason in on Q&A. I'm not sure if we've managed the technology for that. No, I'm getting a shaking head. In which case, we'll go straight to Q&A, and the three of us will field your questions. Do we have a roving mic available? If not... Right. 1, 2, 3, please.
2 questions, actually. The grid. The gas grid is, there's a figure up on there that says in the net zero hydrogen scenario, 40% of on gas homes are heated by hydrogen. So,
yes, one of the scenarios that we did, it was a hydrogen scenario.
But I see nothing cohesive about hydrogen except in the Western Isles. The other thing is about, is government working with National Grid to redesign the grid? Because we hear it's crap, but we don't hear what is actually, where the connections are being made. There seems to be no leadership.
Yeah, I think we're going to take 3.
Thank you. Can you pass the mic to your left, to the end of the row, please?
Hi, I wanted to ask about listed buildings. I understood for rooftop solar now in a few London boroughs at least, they've waived the prohibition from using solar on listed buildings, and is that under consideration in Dorset, given that there's so many, frankly? And I just wondered how those tensions were being dealt with.
And then, thank you. And then down to the other end in the front row, please.
Hello, Carl. As far as the rooftops are concerned, 4 members of DCAN, between them, managed to get a rollout of about 140 rooftop solar panels at discounted prices, and that was an extremely easy thing to do, and would suggest that actually other people do it. If you want to ask me or Jenny, then that would be a good start. But more important, as you say, is the basic stuff of retrofitting, insulating houses. You may be aware, this is a puff on my part, that there's Dorset Greener Homes will be opening in 2 weeks' time. We've actually got two of the hosts up on the table up here, opening up. Thank you, Poppy and Neil. You know, we're hoping that people take part in that and go and see how you could retrofit the house. But we also want new houses, and we want a little bit of money from councils, a bit more you know, interest in that. I'm sorry I'm using that as a puff rather than a question, but perhaps we'll get the answers to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, could you bring the microphone up, please? So you can... Poppy, would you like to take the first one to that, and then
Yes.
move to answer?
Hydrogen, I could talk for hours about this. It's my opinion, and of quite a lot of people, is that it's not going to be a fuel for domestic properties. At the time we did the study, the government did have a sort of scenario that did that, and a scenario that was electrification. We were never really convinced that hydrogen was going to do it, and that is really the way that the world is going. That the hydrogen for domestic heating is very, very unlikely. So sort of slightly ignore that. Hydrogen as a fuel for other things and hard to decarbonise sectors and things like that, that's much, much more likely. So things like for Dorset, for the defence sector, for the ports, for other big industry, that looks like an interesting thing to explore. So on the grid, there is a lot going on. We do a lot with all the grid companies. It hasn't been great so far, but there is a lot of programmes now to try and bring forward investment in the grid. And part of the problem has just been how it's been regulated and how investment has been allowed in the future. And they're opening that up now. They're now going, okay, you can invest for the future. They used to just say, oh well, if you've got one thing to connect, we will upgrade a part of the network for that one thing, which makes no sense. It's completely unstrategic. So they have recognised this, and they are moving forward. And actually, at a domestic scale, there was a change this year that meant heat pumps, EV chargers, anything small that you're doing, you will then have a lot less cost to connect to the network. So there's been some rule changes already that will make that difference. But yeah, watch this space. But I'm hopeful.
Sorry, I didn't hear the second question.
Could you take the questions on rooftop solar panels and particularly the piece about listed buildings, and what you can, if I got the question right, what you can and what you can't do?
I think pretty much can't right now, but there are some very
We explored this the other day because the consultation that Dorset Council asked us to fill in. And I talked to Historic England, and they're becoming much more flexible these days. What they say is, an example, there are churches, with grade 1, who've got now panels on their roofs without a problem, as long as they're sort of discreet, well hidden. They're in terms of secondary glazing, there are all sorts of proposals now. Historic England will make suggestions how you might do it. One issue in the past has been, and this came from Historic England, is that conservation officers, perhaps within the local council, have been behind the curve here, but I gather things have been changing in the last few months.
Thank you. If Jason was here, he'd be talking about retrofitting. Magna Housing has done a fantastic job, not just in new houses, new social housing, but retrofitting in old social housing, and the work they've done. One of the challenges they face, of course, is social housing tends to have a higher turnover of people living in them, is that it's all done and all understood and everything works for the first family there. They then move on somewhere else, a new family comes in and isn't necessarily au fait with what's going on. So we need to do much more about the education of the benefits, the opportunities, but also how to use the equipment properly, and in order to ensure that you are driving down your energy bills and you're reaping those benefits. On the listed building part, and I'm going to risk matrimonial piece here because the expert on retrofitting is my wife in a listed building, we are making progress. And I think councils have hidden behind, oh, it's listed, you can't do anything. Well, if the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea is willing to play, then the chances are most people can, and there's now becoming, as Luca said, pressure put on councils to look to alternative options. And technology helps again, back to the research and development. Instead of great big slab-sided panels, we're seeing much more sophisticated ways of doing it. So I think that those who are in listed buildings need to keep the pressure on councils and saying, come on, it's happening over here, why isn't it happening here? In the sense that is a message in all the things we're talking about today, putting the pressure on the councils to move forward and not come up with no, because no is far from a simple answer. Next round of questions, please. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got a microphone, great. That gives there, and where did I say 2 was? Please go ahead.
I know in Germany they are now reaching the end of life of many solar panels. I'm not quite sure how they address it, but I would like to know who looks into this in Britain so that they don't just get dumped into another country or pollute here or etc.
Thank you. No.
2 questions really, or 2 parts, but one is another sort of idea solution is this big waste incinerator that, like Singapore, has 0 output and produces energy from waste. So Singapore obviously invested huge amounts into theirs and theirs works, as I understand it. I don't know any more about that. You probably do. And the second thing is, why do we focus on net zero and not look at carbon sequestering more for agriculture and for things like that? Why is there this drive to net zero? Because I happen to think we need to be carbon neutral.
Third one? Yeah, Jenny, I think it's the lady who's just got her hand up, her right hand up. And then number 4 is from the gentleman's horizontal structure.
Yes, I'd like to ask if there's any progress on sorting out the grid, which is a big issue as regards the huge increase in generation. We saw on the previous page there with the illustration that electricity generation is going to be so huge, the grid just won't be able to cope. So I'm just wondering if there's any progress on creating local grids or enhancing local storage. So everybody having PV panels, okay, you're saying yes, get rooftop solar and everything, but surely they need to have their own storage so that there isn't actually a flood of electricity that can't be accepted into the grid. So there's a big sort of bottleneck going on there in my view, and surely it would be wise to have all new estates built with houses with a storage facility or with individual batteries in each house to go with the PV panels.
Thank you. If you just pass it straight all the way forward, it would be perfect. Thank you.
With PV, does it have still to be panels? We were promised a few years ago that it could be tiles, it could be things that would look like roofs, and that would surely solve your problem with the listed building.
Thank you for those questions. I think they're going to be our last questions. Can I ask Poppy if you'd like to start? Perhaps look at waste, grid.
Yeah. So, energy from waste. So I think the Portland incinerator got a bit of a no. I don't know if they're going to come back. So the problem, so there's not an easy answer. My view is that what you're doing, a lot of this residual waste is plastic. So you're basically burning plastic, which is basically oil, which is basically terrible emissions to air. It may be carbon, it could be all sorts of other pollutants. So actually just burning plastic is a pretty terrible thing. We don't at the moment have a better idea for what to do with it. But previously, what we did was store it. It's called landfill. And it could be that what you're actually doing is burning a lot of resource which might be precious in the future once we've worked out a way of extracting it and turning that back better into new plastic and other things. So in terms of keeping your options open, I would say you should do more landfill and less incineration because there's a lot of work going on to try and extract and recycle plastic and get that better in the future. It's really difficult though because you end up with this sort of, well, then we can just keep on generating lots of waste. So once you've got an incinerator, you've got an incentive to keep fueling it. I mean, they've invested because they want to generate electricity from it. And that's a 20-year investment, when actually we just need to be reducing the waste that we're producing, particularly the residuals. So it's a really complex area, but certainly on sort of optionality, my preference would be let's go back to landfill and do better on reducing. On the network issues, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on in networks. It's about being a responsive demand. So we saw last winter participating in these programs where people were turning down demand when there was a bit of when there wasn't enough generation on the network, and that's gone quite well. So the answer is there's a lot of different things that need to go on. Yes, there's new network that needs to be built, but also you need to spread out when you're using the network. You need to store, absolutely, energy storage and battery storage is really critical, and longer term storage is an area where people are doing a lot of innovation. And it's just worth remembering that the network, it's not really used for quite a lot of the time, even though it's reaching a peak and reaching a critical point at about 5 in the evening on a cold, windless day. A lot of that is still not used, and there is spare capacity. It's just when there's spare capacity. So yeah, there's a lot of work going on to try and reach get the solution for the networks. And there's, like I said, I'm quite optimistic that we can get there.
On panels, I think as soon as the government makes it mandatory for all new estates to have solar panels, the participants of this world will suddenly move rather fast and looking at how they can A, reduce the costs, and B, improve the look of panels that will go onto housing. But until it's mandatory, it's going to take a bit of time because it's purely an optional extra as it is at the moment. But undoubtedly, you look in the States, I mean, I think Elon Musk had had panels that he unveiled some years ago that looked pretty good. They were expensive, true, but undoubtedly, so the first step is making it mandatory for all new housing estates to have solar panels on them. Did I hear ask that question on carbon sequestration? I mean, you are probably aware that there are other talks going on today about sort of the hedgerows and tree planting and things. And we at CPRE have been very busy sponsoring tree planting, and we've been also, along with DCAN, extremely active on hedgerow rejuvenation. We've been doing work on this front for 40 years, and you can see what we've been achieving this year. Anyway, there's a video up which will tell you more. Not much good in drought. Not much good in drought.
So the final point was, I was going to make that point on net zero. And one of the things I didn't say, which I'd like to start with, is about the bath. So what we've got is an overflowing bath with the taps running really hard. So that's carbon dioxide pouring into our already full bath, and our bath is overflowing. Sequestration, planting hedges, these are fantastic ways of mopping up that floor and bailing out that bath. But the most important thing to do is to turn off the taps. So that's the point of net zero, is we need to reduce what's in the bath. And the only way you can't just do that by planting hedges, it has to be stopping fossil fuels. And the agricultural sector, as we've heard today, is quite a source, it's quite a source of that tap. So you need to turn that off and also get the benefits from everything that's happening on land use and agriculture to sequester and mop up that excess carbon that we've already got. So net I think is probably the right term. There are lots of ways of talking about it, but we need to do both of those things.
Thank you. Very briefly, recycling panels. Yeah. We can't export the waste. We actually need to take those panels apart. We need to extract the minerals and materials that can be reused, and we need to reuse them in the next generation panels or in EVs or whatever. So, but
is it ready?
No, it's not ready because we've got the classic. We're short-termist and we need to think strategically, which brings me back to that energy strategy I was talking about. Final point before I ask you to thank the panel. Yeah, the tiles are there, the paint is there, and that should help the listed building. And interestingly, some of it came from research and development in that country that's going to chair the next COP, with a guy, the boss of Mazda, their renewable energy company, who's going to be the chair of a conference of parties. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to join me in thanking our panel for this session?
I'd also like to thank the panel and give our keynote speaker an oak tree grown in North Dorset. Your notes. Yeah, of course. Yes, that's fine. And because we just have the background. Yeah, okay. And I saw that sneakily asking everyone for their ideas. And I thought, oh, that sounds really good. I just kept to my own in the end. I'm just going to, you're not waiting for me to do it.
Yeah, we think sustainable.
Okay, that's fine.
No, that's not. If it's connected, we have to be heroes. If you cannot live, everybody needs to be the problem is not is our consumption equal our consumption? Our overtaking, yeah, but the consumption is positive. It's not consuming, and it's not about reducing the number of people. Yeah, I am. So we have two symptoms. One at we have done. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that, so we're about to find one of the
picking up on the points about collaboration, partnership, wanting to work together, investment, and not pointing fingers at the law. Which is a really important point. Adding value with that, because that makes the job.
I mean, this past week it's been a, I mean, there's a busy London, it's a great Thank you very much. I got that's correct.
Sit. So, if one of you there's one standing, I'm in. I'll use the chair behind.
Take a seat. Into that, Jenny, may I have
You are back on time.
Yeah, great.
So I wouldn't hurt to just give a 5-minute break.
sure it's at your height, and you've really got to, you can hear it kind of reverberate, and that's the right sort of sound. Otherwise, okay. So the film says camera there, so that's why you've got to stare.
Okay, that's fine.
If you
No, I didn't have any prompts, no.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Let's see. No, it should be okay. I don't know. Yeah.
They've got really tight
Yeah.
background.
Yeah. Yeah. No. The problem's not there. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Can we not say something before? Say just
Yeah.
shall I do it?
Yeah. Just go and say that. Someone going to say when? We're good? Awesome. Hello, welcome again. I've been given the mic for the second time today, so I'm going to keep it short. Youth activism. It's a topic that makes me feel both comfortable and uncomfortable. The activism part of it, I'm actually very comfortable with after 4 years of being a climate activist on the front line, trying to sound the alarm about the climate and nature crisis. I feel sure that history will look back fondly and kindly to those that were brave enough to step forward to defend our incredible planet. That we will be looked back at as the ones that actually acted appropriately to the scale of the threat that we face. I feel uncomfortable because it is a youth session and that it is such a shame that our young people are the ones that are having to act like adults in this situation, to speak the uncomfortable truths and to put their bodies on the line, to risk their liberties before their lives have even really begun. And we all know about what lies ahead and how we're going to have to be here to support our young people. It was in the paper yesterday that a quarter of youths in this country are seeking help for eco-anxiety. And that anxiety is not caused by the climate crisis. I've given talks across lots of schools called Eco-Anxiety to Empowerment, and the kids are so excited about getting involved in the solutions. Like what we need to do to address this problem, these cascading, this mess of problems that we have are all interlinked, are all really simple, that young children can explain to global leaders what it is that we need to do far more eloquently, and they're really passionate about making these things happen. And we need to empower our youth to lead on everything possible so that they feel that empowerment and they feel that they're being heard and that they're making a difference. So I'm not going to steal the stage for very much longer. I'm going to hand over to our first speaker tonight, Olivia Bandage. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Liv Bowditch. I'm 17 and I'm a student representative from SAST, more specifically the fabulous Griffin School in Sherborne, and I'm honoured to be here today. The turnout has been incredible. Today we're here to talk about youth activism. So before we start, I'd like to do a little plug for a youth engagement event that I'm in the process of arranging with two amazing teachers, the Griffin COP 28. So, what is COP28 at the Griffin? Well, we have 17 schools across our trust, a mixture of primary, secondary, including sixth form, to send delegates to a mini UN-style conference that mirrors the COP28. Each will get a country fact file beforehand so they can learn about the various climate-related issues that they need to navigate. These include oceans, forests and food, energy and cities. Not only will it encourage students to learn about the issues that each country and the world faces, but it will teach the importance of diplomacy. In a polarized world, we need the future generation to work together. Am I right? So, we're also lucky enough to have speakers from Greenpeace, the chair of the Young People's Trust for the Environment, Peter Littlewood, Lola's Cupcakes, MD Asher Budwig, the Eden Project's Portland CEO, Seb Brooke, and Jennifer Morissetti of D-Fashion Dorset. It doesn't end there, and let me tell you why. I recently read Donut Economics by circular economist hero Kate Rayworth, and she talks about anchoring. As an A-level economics student, I can tell you that sustainable economics isn't really looked at. Yet, we need a generation of economics students who think sustainably and problem solve. My logic was that with our COP, if we educate and discuss, show students that sustainable companies can succeed and thrive, then have a sustainable careers and skills fair, we can show students that a greener model can work. After all, if companies want to be sustainable, they will need workers with the right skill sets, and we'll need consumers with the right mindset. So, I want to connect 1,500 students with both local and national businesses from our Green Careers Fair, as well as universities who will showcase their degrees that they can lead to sustainable careers, such as green engineering, or material development, or economics, or law, or the food industry, or architecture. More than anything, I'm keen for businesses and organisations to promote their green credentials and services to students. This also includes promoting repairing items, as opposed to just filling the landfill, promoting green products lines for businesses, and encouraging people to shop local. If you're interested in getting involved, please do get in touch, even if it's to share some interested contacts. We'd love for you to have a stand so that students can talk to you about your field, or you can promote your products. Sherborne has such a vibrant community who are passionate about adapting our very old town to meet the net zero targets. So please do come and find me if you would like to find out more. How was that? Was that a good sales pitch? So before we meet, we hear from Alex Moore, who's our keynote speaker, who sadly cannot be with us today. I do have a little preamble that he would like us to share with you, which he would like me to share with you before you watch his video. So, outside of the classroom, climate upheaval and digitalisation are rupturing the fabric of reality, and indeed society, challenging us to think differently and evolve our practices. In contrast, our education systems remain in a state of arrested development, glacial and slow to adapt. This talk is about the future of education in a fast-changing, post-humanist world, the Anthropocene. In the dangerous and threatening world of the bestowed on them as custodians of this imagined future, In the videos that follow, I invite the reader on a voyage of discovery, one poised at the intersection of social justice, the nexus of climate change, and the promise of digital automation. Here, I hope to share a wider vision of a potential future that will require every bit as much human courage and enterprise to survive. There are a couple of points for pause and reflection. If you would like to get involved with the work we're doing with our SAST schools, please do speak to one of the representatives, or alternatively, there are contact details at the end of the video.
Hi there, my name is Alex Moore. I'm assistant head teacher at Shaftesbury School, and I work for a family of schools called SAT, which as a crow flies is about 20 miles north of where you're sat today. I'm really sorry I can't be there today in person, but hopefully this collection of 3 short videos will paint a picture of how education is in the anthropocene. So the 2 main themes are hope and legacy, but I'm going to break it down into 3 short segments. First of all, I'm going to talk about the slow violence of climate change. Then we're going to follow that with some work around the legacy in terms of what we can leave our young people to grapple with in this changing world. And lastly, I'm going to share some experiences from our SAS schools that we're trying to make a difference, creating courageous advocacy in our young people to speak out against the things that they're really passionate about. I want to explore the horizons of ideas linked with the practices of education, something we can all relate to because we've all been through it. In the dangerous and threatening world of the anthropocene, our young people face total uncertainty. This is a cherished burden bestowed on them as custodians of this imagined future. Poised at the intersection of social justice, the nexus of climate change, and the promise of digital automation, our young people stand very, very precariously.
To well below 2 degrees Celsius and to pursue 1.5 degrees to safeguard future living conditions. Since then, a lot has happened. But the action needed is still nowhere in sight. The gap between what we need to do and what is actually being done is widening by the minute. We are still speeding in the wrong direction. The 5 years following the Paris Agreement have been the 5 hottest years ever recorded. And during that time, the world has also emitted more than 200 gigatons of CO2.
I'm trying to teach our children a different story, one that evolves around them in terms of what they can do in their everyday lives and speak out against some of the issues that are affecting their futures. And that also involves you. Stick around to the 3rd and final video to find out how you can get involved in some of the work locally that we're doing to try and enhance climate literacy across our schools. A useful starting point is to imagine what change might look like in 5, 10, 20 years. Thinking in decades can be a really useful practice, and I often engage the young people that I teach in this. They have to write a letter to their future selves and explain what things might look like in the future. It's an act of hope, but it's also an act of getting them to have some agency in that future. Hearing children explain themselves to the world is a fascinating thing. Now, one of the things that surfaces constantly from this exercise is deep worry about the future. They're anxious, they have climate anxiety, and they're worried about what might come. Now, climate literacy as a concept only really exists in the far-flung corners of schools, as I've said already, in the domains of sort of geography and science. Aside from tokenistic gestures and at times greenwashing, education can be guilty of turning a blind eye. By climate literacy, I mean the language that children need to know, need to speak. Think wet, bold, net zero, carbon sequestration for starters. Beyond this, our curriculums need to lay the ground for the cultural acceptance that will have to follow when borders collapse to bring the world closer. Some will even disappear underwater like sunken empires. Navigating this future will require agile minds and acute problem-solving skills. We must position our children with new knowledge, a toolkit for surviving what awaits. I'd like you just to turn to the people either side of you and have a talk about being hopeful. What does the future of education look like in your mind? How does climate literacy sit at the heart of that? So children are learning some of the key terms they need to know in order to be able to survive the future. And not just survive the future, we don't just want to survive it, we want our children to thrive in it and make it their own, and have a legacy of a world that they're proud to have and is sustainable going forward for future generations. Hi, welcome back. Hope that was useful. You've got to have a conversation with the people either side of you. These opportunities and events are a great showcase to kind of share ideas and talk about some of the sort of prevalent issues that we face both in schools but also in our communities. So I'm really interested kind of to hear what you thought about your hopes and what you thought about your fears, and I thought I'd share a couple of the hopes and fears from the students' perspectives. One of the things I do alongside my teaching is I'm doing a PhD. I kind of study around sustainability, automation, but also social injustice, so quite a kind of nexus of different ideas. And I often ask the children in my care about what they're hopeful about in the future. One of the things that they talk about is more equality in terms of access to resources globally. Another thing they talk about quite often is understanding more about the impact of climate change and some of the rhetoric and language that kind of surrounds that. And that's a curriculum issue. I think in terms of how we go forward with that, we need to change some of the language, the climate literacy that surrounds the content in our curriculum. At the moment in the UK, climate change, particularly at the secondary level where GCSEs and A-levels are studied, only really lives in the confines of geography and science. It doesn't really live anywhere else. Of course, there are practitioners, there are teachers who are really passionate about it and they might drive it through eco-clubs or ideas. But on the whole, it's kind of neglected a little bit. And we live in quite a knowledge-rich curriculum era where exams are taken and they act as academic currency to the next step. And I think what we need to see, certainly at political level in the next few years, is a change for climate literacy to come to the forefront. In maths, there's nothing stopping students learning about calculations around carbon emissions, kilograms of carbon for flights, for foods, for emissions. That would be a fantastic addition to the maths curriculum. Media and language is a great way to express ideas. I'd like to see carbon-related text being studied within the discourses and the language skills within those subjects. Science is fantastic for teaching climate change, as is geography, but we shouldn't treat them as separate subjects. Yes, the children sit different exams in them, but there's potential to join the ideas up and work across subjects in something that's called an interdisciplinary way. Now, there's a new university in London called LIS, the London Interdisciplinary School, and they are really pioneering this new approach. Rather than going to study sociology or geography or a subject discipline, you study complex problems, of which climate change is one, and then research methods on how to tackle those complex problems. So this is really pioneering. It's got me thinking in the classroom how I might extract some of those ideas and put them into practice here. Now, obviously, as a teacher in the UK secondary setting, I'm confined by the curriculum and I'm confined by the exams that kind of govern the outcomes from those curriculums. But there's scope to be quite creative, and some of the ideas I'm going to share in the next chapter kind of talk about some of the things we're already doing in this domain through the STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art and maths, but also just through some collaboration with some fantastic organisations and companies who put sustainability at the forefront of their thinking.
In the world right now, if we don't stop the Earth from getting that much hotter, we're kind of screwed. And we're already at 1.1 degrees. But who's meant to be stopping it? Why is there so much jargon everywhere? And how can you make a difference in this?
This final video brings together the other two videos. It's been a story about hope. Hope for our young children, hope for the future. It's also been a story of legacy, what we can leave behind in terms of memories, experiences and motivations, so they'll be sort of empowered to take the next steps. I'm going to share with you now some fantastic things that we've been doing within our SAS schools. Now this acts as a blueprint to what's possible when you sort of open your mind to new ideas and you use the world as your classroom. Beyond the sort of immediate walls of the physicality of the building, you invite the outside world in, whether that be industry, agriculture, or people with other countries and other settings. Classroom and teaching becomes so much more powerful when you open the doors to these sort of opportunities for our young people. So we're going to share some stuff that we've done within the SAS schools, primary and secondary, and how we're kind of on our journey to make our young people courageous advocates for some of the things that I've spoken about in these videos.
Before the lesson began, I was a bit nervous, scared, because I'm so familiar with coding and all this technology, but now I feel really relieved that I can achieve something that I've never done before, and it was easy. I liked the session because it was really fun to do a little robot car.
And how do you walk now?
Lovely, but also kind of sad. Don't want to do anything more exciting.
It was a fantastic morning. All the students really enjoyed using the kits. They got to really experiment and kind of explore how each of the modules work, and eventually came up with projects. Yeah, someone really allowed them to engage with how technology works, how the environment works, and did some really quite unique cross-curricular studies.
Good science is really great. We've had lots of students in here today. We're learning about coding and about robotics. One of the things I love about it is the sustainability focus. Students are facing a very uncertain future in terms of climate change. Some of the challenges they're facing are electric cars, automation, things like solar farms. But to be able to kind of bring that sort of environmental focus and coding is really rare. Good science does that in a fantastic and inclusive way, and our students have enjoyed it immensely today.
On climate change, the 9 to 14-year-old pupils from across the area yesterday. The session, arranged in collaboration with Planet Shaftesbury, aimed to inform students about the challenges ahead and share ideas and best practice so that pupils could spread the message about the climate emergency within their friends and family groups. I spoke with 4 of the Year 9 students who enjoyed listening to the 10 guest experts, each speaking about their specific areas of knowledge. Robin Walters discussed tree planting in his workshop. Ines Savalas of the University of Bath talked about rewilding and bees. Finlo Costelli spoke about food security. And Planet Shaftesbury and Extinction Rebellion member Richard Eccleston discussed climate action. Stephen Canny attended one of the sessions. She said pupils were divided into groups and each one had to come up with solutions for a different aspect of the climate emergency.
Different ideas for how you can sort of, deal with it and hopefully get rid of it. The teacher that was doing it said that because it's our future, you should have to decide what you do, so he just sort of let us say what he thought.
It's all about learning things, isn't it? Perhaps challenging preconceptions.
There was a guy who said you should grow meat and fat, like a plant, just not. It's really confusing. Climate change is an issue that really does need to be tackled, and there are many different ways about going about that.
But I think that there's no point in saying that as an individual, just because other people are doing it, you shouldn't, because if you start doing it, maybe other people will as well.
Really, really good people, because they try to take credit, I suppose. It's like the characters.
Thank you for listening today and engaging in some of the tasks that I set you. We've got some of our students there today representing SAS schools. So we've got Liv on the panel. Liv did a TED talk and is a fantastic advocate for kind of what our young people are doing in our schools. We've also heard from Henrietta Love, who's a Griffin student in one of the SAS schools, talking about kind of young farmers. And she was also one of our TEDx speakers. So I really appreciate you listening to this. I'm really sorry again I couldn't be there in person, and it's a wonderful event. I hope it's gone well. No doubt it's baking hot. It's always the way when we return to school, the sunshine comes out. And I've put at the bottom here a couple of links to follow up. We've got a Substack, we've got some social profiles that you can follow up and kind of learn more about the work we do here and kind of the story behind what it is we're doing. So thanks very much, have a great day, and yeah.
A round of applause for Alex. And next up today, we'd like to invite the presentation from the Damer's School. Who'd like to come up first to set the microphone?
Hello everybody, my name's Ed Moore. I lead the eco work here at Damer's First School, and I'm going to talk to you about the Harmony project that we've embedded within our curriculum over the last 5 years. It is an approach where our children learn about nature, but we also learn from nature, which is really important. So the Harmony Project was founded by King Charles. It's based on a book called A New Way of Looking at Our World, and it's led by a former head teacher called Richard Dunn, and it's based on 7 principles, as you can see on the screen. I won't read them all. And in the corner there, you can see that's our lovely school garden with our recycled plastic bottle greenhouse that we made about 8 years ago, and it's still going strong now. So the Harmony Project is all about inquiries of learning, and it's really important that I think we get children to question about our environment, and which then generates lots of research, lots of questioning. They learn lots of great knowledge, and they explain lots of knowledge, and they learn more about their sustainable future, and it really impacts on their learning. But also, they can go back then into their community, into their parents, and start lobbling with them about what is really passionate to them. So this is how we form our curriculum. So it starts with an inquiry question. So for example, we've got how can we make sure our oceans stay amazing? And then you choose a principle to go with that, and then you choose one of the topics, the eco school topics, because we all go for the flag each year. So it goes really well with marine, but the other topics are like transport, waste, litter, school grounds, and then you're ticking the box. You don't have to do an eco club. You're doing it within your school curriculum. Every child is getting involved. Everybody's making a difference, and you're ticking the box for the eco schools green flag, which lots of schools do. 20,000 schools are a part of the eco schools program, which is fantastic. And so the whole inquiry question goes down through every subject like a golden thread, and it's all incorporated in every single subject that we do, which is fantastic. And we get lots of people from outside, so ocean generation, surface against sewage, marine conservation, Kids Against Plastic, Amy and Ella Meek, they're awesome. If you don't know about them, they're really good, really supportive of what we do and what schools want to do. And Ocean Generation was founded by Jo Ruxton, who was the producer of the Blue Planet 1, and she's really cool. She's always wanted to come into schools and tell children about how important it is to look after our oceans. And another great one that we've done was why should we look after the natural wonders of our world? And children wrote letters to the Wildlife Trust, and they said, well, why don't we have 5 natural wonders of Dorset? Hey, how cool would that be? So we had 5 natural wonders of Dorset. We put these on the map, encourage tourists to come visit them, but also get them to look after these natural wonders. We've all seen in the news in past years about Durdle Door and the litter problems there. And if we could put these you know, if we can put these natural wonders of Dorset on the map, then, you know, one, it brings in tourists, two, it brings in money, but also we're putting it on the map so then they can be looked after by everybody and enjoyed by everyone. And how cool it would be if we could have natural wonders of Devon and Cornwall and every county across the UK. And what it also did with this great project was that it encouraged children to go out into Dorset and look at these natural wonders with their parents, and you know, and they're right on their doorstep. So we did some natural art with Gina Marshall, who's a local artist, looking at patterns, and this is the door. And then children wanted to find out more themselves, their own learning, you know, about turtles, about the effects of plastic on turtles. Finding out facts about our oceans as well. And then the Harmony Project, you know, it brings so much benefit, so more benefits. You know, children are more determined. They want to make an impact on their world. They want to go out and they feel inspired. They go and lobby businesses and the local community. Their knowledge is unbelievable. You know, they want to go, you know, they go into their homes and they want their parents to get on scooters and bikes, and they want, you know, to reduce single-use plastic. They want to grow things in their garden or pots, or even have an allotment, so then, you know, they're reducing the air miles of like food. You know, they're like developing skills that they'll need for, you know, their adulthood, which is so important. And it's really important as well that you know that there's something called a nature premium. So the nature premium is a trial at the moment, and the idea is that schools will get about £5,000 to help children out into nature. And the Harmony Project are a part of that. And we trialled it. We trialled a campaign this year, which was nature journaling, which we're still evolving. But there are schools doing that as well. And there is now a Dorset Harmony Hub. So as well as Damers, we've been doing Harmony for the last 5 years. We've st Abbas, we've got Milbourne St Andrews. We've got Poodle Valley as well, to name a few, and there are 10 in that Dorset Hub. And I'll pass over to the stars of the show at Damers, to Emma.
Connecting Dorchester to Cambridge by bike. We are working with Dorchester Transport and John and Sustrans. A biking and route was promised in 2017. Sadly, this has not happened. We posted a questionnaire together and we found 81% said they would use the route other than school run. 72% said they would use the cycle lane to get to Poundbury. We wrote a letter to Jason Bowman, manager at Duchy, who supported our campaign. We also wrote letters to Chris Peck, who at first dismissed the idea. We wrote back to Chris. He agreed to a meeting during May half-term. Proposed Dorchester to Cambridge route ideas. It could take 5 to 10 years to complete, depending on funding when it becomes available. Dorchester War Memorial to Dorchester West Station Bridge will be the first phase. Phase 2 from Bridge to Damers First School, then phase 3 to Monkey Jump Roundabouts. Energy Sparks is an online energy analysis tool and energy education program. We have worked closely with Mr. Tim's, our caretaker, to turn down the thermostat, turn everything off during school holidays. This has reduced our energy consumption by 12% plus each month. We are Energy Sparks regional and national champions.
Schools score points by recording their activities. Over 1,000 primary and secondary schools around the country took part. We want £1,250 to go towards an energy-saving improvement or sustainability project within the school. We designed a poster with Wallace Agency to make sure everything is turned off at the end of the day. The money saved goes into a pot where classes can put in a proposal for some of the money to put towards a workshop, school trip or equipment, if they are powered down correctly. DFE Energy Efficiency Funding. The DFE has given all schools across England funding to improve energy efficiency. We have spent our money on our lights, our LED, endotherm. A special chemical has been added to our boiler system, reducing energy consumption by 20%. Measurable energy super sockets. This allows sockets to automatically identify devices plugged in. The sockets use a light to indicate if the energy is coming from the solar, green, or the grid, red. 40 new solar panels will be added to the existing 40 panels in the courtyard playground. Work will start in October half term. Raising funds for an Echo Point. Echo Point plays a soundscape which helps adults and children to enter a state of calm in times of crisis. Echo Point impact: lower stress, lowers blood pressure, improves mood, controls breathing. Bench or pose. Audio experience accesses by a button. No means power required, environmentally friendly. By scanning the QR code, our staff, children and parents can experience the soundscape and guided breathing any time of the day. This provision can then be shared across our community if we can raise the money for it. Thank you for listening.
Standing ovation, come on, wow, kids leading the way. Thank you so much for having the bravery to come here today and to share all the great ideas and concepts that you are making happen. I think all of us adults in the room need to download this QR code for this calming effect that, yes, we do all need. And to help with the fundraising, by the sounds of things. You know, how sad is that 5 to 10 years it will take to get the funding together to get one cycle route? I know a group of people in this room who might have made a cycle route happen overnight with very little funding. Such is the power of direct action. Thank you. Brilliant. So next up, we are changing tracks, still amongst the young, but we're heading to young farmers. Can I please invite Henrietta Love up to the stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Henrietta Love. I'm 19 years old and I've just finished my career with the SAST schools at the Griffin in Sherborne. And I'm off 2 weeks tomorrow to start my university degree in rural environment and land management. Now, I'm here on behalf of young farmers. When I say that, that might unsettle you slightly, for 2 reasons. Well, young farmers, they're known for their drinking and their antisocial behaviour and all these carnage we see caused on the roads at harvest time. But I'd like to assure you that that's not what we're all about. That's a small, tiny percentage that just seems to ruin the point of young farmers for everyone else. But there's also a deeper, darker connotation when I talk about young farmers. I'm at a climate conference and I'm talking about farming. Now, it's interesting, isn't it? Quite often, young farmers in particular, we get the blame. Our farming practices, I will admit, in many cases are outdated, and compared to the rest of Europe, we really aren't that well up on being organic, being sustainable, being regenerative. And I'll be the first one to hold my hands up and say that. I began my youth activism journey, if you'd like to call that, only recently. I was invited to go to Austria to be part of the Rural Youth Europe annual rally in Klagenfurt, Austria. The whole point of the rally is to talk about the issues that matter most to people in the rural areas. Now, that's not just in England, Wales, Scotland. That's far-reaching across all of Europe. We had delegates from Slovenia, from Germany, from as far away as Latvia. And the one thing we could all agree on to host our rally about this year was the thought of climate change, and more especially, our theme was Eat, Grow, Repeat. We were talking about the circular economy of food, something that as young farmers from across the continent, we could all agree we can all improve on. We had sessions on a range of different topics, talking about not only how we grow the food and the processes we use, but the different types of foods that we grow, the different types of crops that we plant. In the UK, we plant a lot of turnips and a lot of Swedes, and these are really good to put nitrogen back into the soil. But across the continent, they don't do so much of that. They plant more maize, which is a lot more labour-intensive and can be need a lot more fertiliser. We had sessions from the Austrian Minister of Agriculture. She came and did a fantastic talk about their new schemes introducing more organic farming, and also organic farming to a higher level than what we do in the UK at the moment. I was really shocked to learn in Austria 85% of farms are organic. Now, if you compare that to the UK, where it's only about 25-30%, we're falling miles behind. So I had a fantastic time on this trip, and it was incredible to learn that we aren't alone as we face this climate battle. It's not just England, it's not just Wales. We aren't the only ones where farming is blamed for the majority of the problems. And we also spoke about why as farmers are we blamed. And I think there's a massive difference between the youth, the young farmers, because everyone I was on that trip with, we all understood the problem. We knew we needed to become organic. We knew we needed to use more electric cars and start investing in electric equipment like tractors. But it's that older generation where the problems lie, and it's often those people who have the control over the farms and the machinery we can use. And also at a government level, there is so much funding out there for green farming, for rewilding, for better efficient equipment, but we can't access it, not just because we aren't educated enough to fill out these long, complex forms and go to these long, complex meetings, but also because that's just not sustainable for how our farms run. You know, it's all very well, it's very lovely to have a farm where 50% of it is rewilded for flowers and for the bees, but this just cannot be sustainable on a working farm in the UK at the moment. And so maybe more needs to be done at a governmental level to make this accessible for your everyday farmer on the ground, not just your everyday London banker who's bought 50 acres in Dorset. So alongside that, young farmers, we've made lots of promo videos from our time in Austria because it was fantastic to meet with so many other people. And we're now looking at more national schemes. We're looking at a national tree planting scheme for different clubs across the country. And other national topics will now start to include more about being more sustainable and regenerative. So that's what I've done, or started to do. But what can you do? You know, we talk about youth activism, but actually we need the help of our parents sometimes. We need the help of those older generations. And so it's things like always choosing organic. You know, it's just such an easy choice, and I know it can be more expensive, but what's the cost really in your child's future, or an extra 20p in your bit of milk? I know it's not really the right climate for saying that with this whole cost of living crisis, but it's unfortunate, and until the government do something to reduce the cost of such things, it's the cost we have to face. So it's choosing the right products when you go shopping, choosing organic, always trying to back British, because even if it's cheaper coming from somewhere else, the food standards here are phenomenally higher than anything that's imported from New Zealand or Australia or anywhere on the continent. So it's things like that. And the other thing is, when you talk about young farmers and when you talk about farmers, please don't paint us all with the same brush. Thank you.
Brilliant. It's so inspiring to hear young people that are leading the way in such important areas, and I wonder if that's our big hope. What came to my mind was a what-if question. What if we actually handed the reins over to the young people now and let them fix the problem and lead us and tell us what we should be doing? I think we'd be in a much better place. So I'm obviously not a youth, but I was asked to come and be a part of this panel because I have done activism and I am local. I went along to a local Heading for Extinction talk and I learnt about the history of civil resistance, non-violent direct action, and how that had been so influential in forcing societal change when it was reluctant through history. As an athlete, I'm trained to kind of look at the shortest route to achieve my goals. And when I looked at the fact that we've been signing petitions, going on marches, making these incremental step changes for so long now, and nothing had changed. In fact, emissions were still going up. I was like, okay, I'm in. And slowly just gained my confidence with it to the extent that 3 days before COP, I was aboard the pink boat blocking an oil refinery to draw attention to the immediate demands that were the same that International Energy Agency and the United Nations were trying to communicate. But through the imagery of this action, we were able to communicate that there must be no new oil licenses, subsidies, or investments from now. Sorry, not just oil, fossil fuel licenses, subsidies, and investments. So our next speaker, I share that now because our next speaker is honestly one of my heroes. I have so much respect for you, Louis. You've really put yourself on the front line, committed yourself 100% to this, trying everything in your power. Please do come up and share your story with us.
Hi everybody, I'm Louis, and before you ask, no, I didn't bring any super glue. I was made to promise. You might know me as the guy who locked his neck to the goalpost, starting the Just Stop Oil campaign, up until recently, the longest serving climate prisoner in the country. I've done 8.5 months. The guy who went to prison for Interslate Britain, the guy who smashed up petrol stations, glued to Van Gogh paintings, ran on the Formula 1 track. Why I'm here today is to say it's not fair that this is on the youth to deal with. I have recognised that I'm more terrified of the genocide of my entire generation than I am anything the state can do to me. When I was invited here, I was told not to say anything controversial or rude. Now, I do know the panic in your face when I say that. But the fact is, controversial is what got us Interslate Britain's demands met. Controversial is what got Just Stop Oil, two of the biggest banks in the country, committing to no new fossil fuel investment projects. And so I recognise that what I might say next could be taken as controversial. My generation are facing absolute genocide. Your children are facing genocide. To do anything but throw yourself, your body into the gears of the machine creating this genocide is to be complicit in this act of genocide. I will not stand by as my entire world burns, as my entire family starves. If you will not throw your body into the gears of the machine, if you will not stand up for your children's lives, if you will be complicit in the genocide of your children, then I don't know what the fuck you are doing. I'm sorry for swearing. I didn't mean for that to come out. But fear not, because if you are not willing to do it, we will do it for your children. We will do it for everybody. We don't have a choice. At this point, I've heard all day, blah, 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 blah. I've heard a lot of people with their wishy-washy words and their, wouldn't it be nice if we do this by 2050, and let's write a declaration. If that declaration doesn't have predominantly plant-based by 2025 and predominantly renewable energy by 2025, you're asking me to sign a suicide pact. I'll have no part in it. I didn't come here today to make friends, and I'm assuming I might make people quite angry with me. but it's time that a lot of you step up or shut up. You know, we don't have a decade, we don't have 2 decades to fix this. It's, if any of you have been to an Extinction Rebellion talk, we have about a year left to make this real change before irreversible collapse is locked in. A year. If you're working on a project that's going to take 2 years, it is worth nothing to my generation. If you're doing something that's going to take a decade, it is worth nothing to my generation. If you do not throw your body into the gears of the machine now, you are betraying my generation and your children. And I feel that somebody needs to say it because nobody else has. So thank you for listening, and sorry for ruining all of your days.
Thank you for saying that, because I'm stood here speechless and going, how am I going to follow on from that? I've got goosebumps all the way down my arms. So we do have 5 minutes, and the last part was for questions and answers. And I wonder if anybody has any questions at this point. Is somebody going to run around with that? I think the lady put her hand up first and then passed forward to the gentleman. Oh, sorry, I didn't see. I don't know which order it went.
Thank you. Sorry, not a question but a statement. You're not alone. There are lots of people that are doing it with the same urgency that you are, that are advocating for plant-based, that are advocating for shift now in the next 12 months. My husband and I run an international reforestation charity, gave a talk upstairs earlier, and I brought into my talk a picture of Millicent Fawcett, who of course was a suffragist, not a suffragette. And my discussion basically went along the lines of, we need both. And if you are a suffragist and you're not prepared to cross the line and glue yourself and do the things, you still need to be having conversations with those who will. And I thank every single one of you for being up there today. Thank you.
Yeah, so well said. We do need both.
I don't know if this is a question too, so I'll make it as a statement. I think the inspiration of what we just heard Louise say should make us tighten up that declaration, because I'm not going to sign it with that bland language in it.
Can you pass? Oh, yeah. No, sorry, yeah. No. Okay, we will definitely make time for you. You can be the last.
Hi. Yes, to the 2 young girls, thank you very much for your presentation. I would love to talk to you more about taking the next step forwards with regards to that cycling and some contacts at the council. So I'll try and catch you afterwards. And to Louis, we haven't met before, but you're part of the reason that I became involved with Just Stop Oil as well. So I've been a GP and then set up a business to get people onto electric bikes, and then came across local councillors, became a councillor. I've been a cabinet member in BCP, and that the knowledge that I've gained from being in there led me, plus inspiring people like Lewis, to join Just Stop Oil, because I have the knowledge now to realise that the government is not going to do this unless people stand in their way. And yes, it took me 2 years to build up the courage to join Just Stop Oil, but actually it is full of lovely, inspirational people, and it fills me with energy every time I get involved. And there's lots of things, roles that you can be involved in if you can't be arrested. So I would thoroughly recommend that anybody attends one of their talks as a first step to meeting people through Just Stop Oil.
Thank you. If you could pass the mic down to Claire here in the dress. The last one, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm afraid mine's a comment as well, and a deeply personal one. I'm Louie's mum.
And so obviously I visited him in prison in a number of places, and had you said that to me a year and a half ago, I'd have been horrified. But actually, I think it goes without saying I'm inordinately proud of my son. There's also an exhortation here. Some of us just aren't brave enough. I'm not brave enough. But for those of us who aren't brave enough, if your child or your parent tells you that they want to do what these people are doing, young and old, encourage them, and you will be proud of them. Thank you.
And proud we are of all of these panellists today. Thank you so much for being here. My final words, I think, though, is that the government isn't acting. And so this conference today and all the people that have come together and all the groups that are working on the ground to actually make the changes happen are important. And so if you can find your role and you're doing something that is reducing emissions, that is restoring nature, then crack on with it with the urgency that's needed and support those that are taking direct action. And Alex, who did the video, tasked you all with thinking about something that makes you feel hopeful, that could be passed on through schools. So we'll leave it with that little bit of positivity at the end. Jenny.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all our speakers. I think we've all been very moved by what's been said. So a very small gesture, but for the school, is a oak tree from my farm. We find someone to plant it. And some wildflower seeds. Thank you. So we've got 5-10-minute break, and then we've got circular economy after that.
Please feel strong. My name's Etienne.
economy has been through fashion. I've always been passionate about fashion, but in a mostly slow fashion way of making and redesigning. I was inspired by Fashion Act Now to organise an event that would promote a local clothing culture, to connect local fibre growers with makers. You may be surprised to hear that there are a growing number of fibre producers in Dorset, from Tamarisk Farm in West Bexington to Gutchpool Farm in Gillingham. A range of wool products are made and naturally dyed in the county. Rampersham Hill Mill specialises in small-scale processing, and they process sheep's wool, fleece and fibre. There are alpaca wool producers, and just over the border in Hampshire, Angora from Angora goats. DFashion Dorset, with around 300 people in attendance, provided workshops and demonstrations of natural dyeing, embellishing techniques such as shibori, as well as visible mending and patch weaving. A stepping stone to locally produced clothing is the second-hand clothing market, and making the clothes in your wardrobe last longer by mending and redesigning them. To fill this gap, I have set up Hawker's Recreatives near Shaftesbury, where there are mending and sewing workshops, a clothing library where people can borrow special occasion outfits, and hats, and a selection of natural fibre second-hand clothes. Why is all this so important? Every one of us wears clothes, and therefore can influence the fashion industry by the choices we make in purchasing and discarding our clothing. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation estimates that less than 2% of the 100 billion garments made each year will be recycled into new textiles. Recycling, in other ways, is also uncommon. The vast majority of used clothes end up as waste. In Zero Carbon Dorset's report, which you heard about earlier, the amount of household waste collected in Dorset increased in the last 4 years. Although only by 2%, we shouldn't be increasing our waste, we should be reducing it. And recycling stayed at around 55%, so there is a long way to go. But there are some good stories coming out of this. The Circular Shop in Weymouth has a library of things, amongst other successes. Hemp returns to Dorset with a new bioeconomy cooperative proposed, and several hemp trials are going on. I visited one at Tamarisk Farm, where they're growing hemp for insulation, for housing, and harvesting the seeds. The Aluminium Federation has recently hosted an event in Christchurch on supporting the circular economy. Odyssey Innovation supply bins along the south coast for fishermen to recycle nets, which are then made into kayaks and bodyboards. And now we'll hear from our panel, who I'm sure will impart their success stories as well. So first of all, our keynote speaker, Sarah Arnold, studied fashion and marketing at Central St Martin's prior to setting up a clothing rental business, Hire Studio. She gained an MSc in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Management at Imperial College. She will be leading a delegation from Fashion Act Now to the DFashioning Education Conference in Berlin next week. Julia Finlater from Sherborne co-founded the Repair Cafe in Sherborne almost 4 years ago. When I visited, it was buzzing with activity, with over 30 repairers, and which included a 3D printer, which I found fascinating. Julia spent her career in education, including as a deputy head teacher and latterly as a governor of Sturminster High School. Lucy Barfoot founded Coconut and Cotton in her early 20s. In 2018, she has a degree in physics and has also worked as a web designer. She is a volunteer with Surfers Against Sewage. Jordan Trent is the customer service director for Charles Trent, which is a 5th generation family business. Jordan has a degree in product design and has recently completed an MBA and can be found on the golf course in any spare time. Emma Teasdale focuses on business engagement and coastal community events with Litter Free Dorset. Thank you for listening, and now over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Jenny, for that very
is some progress on the circular economy. Obviously room for a lot more, but perhaps any of you may have questions you'd like to ask our panellists. We have a few minutes for questions. I can't see anybody. Right. Is there a microphone?
Hello, I'm Sharon Green from the Dorset Ecological group. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I go into composting in a big way, and I buy composting bags for my kitchen caddy, which are supposed to biodegrade, but they don't. At the end of the year, I still get quite a lot of bits of black plastic. They're not black to start with, but they are by the end of the year. Can we improve on that? I think it's because my compost isn't hot enough, which it would be if it went back to the council.
So it's just a quick question about the polystyrene, so for Emma. So does that mean if you go to a shop, they shouldn't be using them at all? They won't be able to just sort of stockpile and carry on using them?
No, it applies to existing stock and new stock. So by the 1st of October, no polystyrene food or drink packaging, including polystyrene cups that you get the orange sauce in from a China stapling. That's, yeah, or after the 1st, that's illegal. Reported to trading standards if you see it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, let me just go back to the composting one. You can hear? Oh, no, sorry, I'm just responding to the question about composting. I hate to say, have you tried another make of bag? But it just seems extraordinary that it hasn't decomposed, because mine seemed to disappear before I've even finished filling them up. So I don't know if anyone else has any comments on compost bags. Probably near us, yes. Waitrose, probably. I'm not sure. No. Oh, so. So, questions? Where's the microphone gone?
Hi. I'm Alex. I work with Win on Waste, which is a volunteer-run charity which tries to collect things that otherwise would go into landfill or incineration. Things like plastic bottle tops, aluminium foil, such things like that. But our big issue, and I'd like the people here to take that one on board, is pill blister packs, of which in an increasingly older and sicker society, everything, vitamins and medicines are all in these pill blister packs. And the big issue is that it's mixed materials. It's half plastic, half aluminium. We know that aluminium can be infinitely recyclable, but you've got to melt it off the plastic. You can send it to TerraCycle, but they charge you quite a lot of money to send it. There are some returnable schemes in Dorset, but not enough. There is a petition on change.org to ask or pressure pharmaceutical companies to take more responsibility for the waste that they produce. And could I urge everybody to find it and sign up? It's even things like, apparently Boots will take them, but then they send them straight to incineration for sterilisation purposes. They do not actually send them to recycle because it's tricky. But pharmaceutical companies could put their pills in all aluminium packs. Vets do. I mean, I don't know different companies, but it can happen. Or even you could think about going back to the days when you took a bottle into a pharmacist and they filled it. But
Thank you. So, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, we do. Thank you so much for that question. We all need to sign the petition. Now, I did see a couple of hands up here. That was not early on.
hardest thing was to find insurance. And we said, could the Repair Cafe organisation UK somehow get cover for that where members could access? Is it easier now than when we tried?
I'm happy to talk to you after this about good insurance companies that we've done a lot of work this summer on them.
But there isn't a kind of...
there's no central point.
It would be
where
really
we can
nice
discuss
if that could happen.
We had a big conference earlier this summer where a lot of repair cafes attended, and we said this is a big issue for all of us. But I've done a lot of it. I can share that with you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. It would be very useful. Last question. Thank you.
Question for Julia. You mentioned that the foundation that you're a part of is putting pressure on manufacturers to make their products more repairable. And I wondered if you could give us any idea whether that is actually getting anywhere, whether you're making any progress with that.
Yeah, I understand they are making progress. The European legislation, which is driving it, is being taken much more seriously, obviously, than we are. We are mirroring that European legislation, but the International Repair Cafe are working very closely with the legislators to put pressure on manufacturers. Progress is being made, but the important thing is that we can keep these things in circulation, that we don't keep buying new things. That's the key. We're getting there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. And I'm sure you'd like to join me in thanking the panel, especially Sarah, having travelled all the way here to give us such an interesting talk. And some wildflower seeds. Good afternoon, everybody. Now we have a nature recovery session, and I'd like to introduce you to Alice Favre from the Chettle Estate, and she's going to give our keynote speech.
Hello, everybody. I thought I'd start with just introducing the panel speakers to start with, and then I'll give a bit of a talk about Chettle and what it's all about. So today we've got Imogen Davenport, who's the Conservation Director at the Dorset Wildlife Trust. Next to her we have Amy Smith, who is the Dorset Nature Recovery Strategy Head. We have Professor Rick Stafford, who's a marine biologist at Bournemouth University, and Julie Lee from Dorset COP, who is heading up the Great Big Dorset Hedge. So thank you to everybody for being here today, especially in the heat, and making it this far, because I know there's definitely a few people fanning themselves now. Carry on. Today is a difficult talk for me, I think. Chettle is it's multidisciplinary, it's many different things, and being asked to talk about nature recovery when you're standing up talking next to the Dorset Wildlife Trust, who've done a lot of nature recovery, and I'm just at the beginning of my journey, it was quite hard to work out what to speak about and how. So today's format, that all of us will speak for 5 to 10 minutes, which will be an overview of the work in nature recovery, and then there'll be some time for the audience to ask questions at the end. So I'll start with a little about me and my journey. I'm the owner of the Chettle Estate, which is essentially a whole village. I hate it when people ask me what I do as a job, because it sounds like a bit of a knob saying I own a village. But I haven't quite worked out what else to say yet, so if anyone has any good ideas, let me know. Under my stewardship is 850 acres of land, 36 dwellings rented at 60% of market value, renovated with as many recycled or eco products as possible, a thriving village shop with a huge range of eco, organic and local products, and a village population of roughly 100 people, 20% of whom are under the age of 18. So we have a very young village full of lots of young families, and I always try to choose people who move in who maybe earn less than others because they do a country trade or a country craft or are trying to keep alive some sort of tradition. I'm the third generation woman to own Chettle, which is extremely rare in large landowning circles. My grandmother inherited the estate, sorry, I'm just going to move this down a bit. My grandmother inherited the estate just after the war and had to concentrate on paying off large debts and keeping the big manor house from falling down. My mother succeeded her in the late 70s and concentrated on rethatching properties and modernising the houses. I took over in late 2017 after my mother's death, with minus £50,000 in the bank and a number of compliance issues to fix. This was not long after I became really engaged in the climate crisis, biodiversity breakdown and what the future might hold for humans and the plethora of organisms that we're required to depend on to keep life on Earth going. I think once you've had that the curtain opened, it's very hard to unsee what you have then seen, and it then, I'm sure many of you in this room are in the same boat, if not all of us, is that once you realise what's going on, it's that kind of unhealthy consumerism of seeing, wanting to know more and wanting to get through the greenwashing and the bullshit, but also it being a very quite scary journey, in fact. And I definitely think that I've suffered some eco-anxiety over the last 6 years, coupled with having to deal with the death of both of my parents and taking on a village with no money. So it's definitely been an interesting 6 years. It's a big jigsaw for just one person to try and manage, and I've had my fair share of difficulties to navigate over the last 6 years. I found it hard to find people to advise me who share the same values as I do. I'm on my 5th land and farming agent, my 3rd accountant, my 3rd legal firm, and my 3rd woodland advisor. Finding someone who is realistic yet practical takes some time, and they also have to be quite radical. It's also very hard to implement change across all aspects of the estate with the income that I receive. Despite owning 850 acres, because of 2 tenant farmers on very long leases, one in perpetuity and one until 2034, I only have a say over what happens on 60 acres of the farmland. One tenant farmer has been farming the land since the 1960s. He's the one who has a tenancy in perpetuity. He farms 550 acres. He's not organic and farms mainly wheat, barley and grass seed. He doesn't live in the village and he never comes to any community events. The other tenant farmer is in organic conversion and has had 220 acres of farmland under his stewardship. He farms arable and sheep. He also doesn't live in the village, but he's much more engaged with the community and is always thinking about the birds and what there is available for them to eat. The challenge with him is that he is a staunch climate change denier and thinks that nature is doing just fine. And the remaining 60 acres of land has been resting since the end of the intensive dairy that my mother left me with, until they eventually went into liquidation in 2019, and I breathed a sigh of relief, apart from the fact that he left me with 750 dying cows and did a runner in the middle of the night. And that was part of my fun 6 years. Since then, the fields have been growing some rather large thistles, docks and stinging nettles. The 60 acres will be home to 3 sets of farmers who will operate what is now called stacked enterprises. It's a bit of a buzzword in farming at the moment. I have a veg grower who has a master's in canning and preservation and will obviously become organic, and a chicken farmer who feeds her chickens local fermented oats, and she is a specialist in growing black soldier fly larvae. So the chickens will be completely closed loop because in time we hope to be able to create our own land race of chickens, but that's quite a hard one to do because there are very few chickens that know how to sit on an egg anymore. But at least we will start with their food being closed loop, which is virtually unheard of in chicken world in the UK. Both of them are women and both of them are first generation farmers. And then I'm just waiting for a third agroecological farmer to come and graze the fields holistically, in tune with nature, so that a better balance of species can find their way into the grass sward. Watching the centre of the village and the 60 acres that surround the houses get wilder and more unkempt has been an interesting process. There's definitely been a noticeable increase in birds, especially goldfinches feeding on all of the dock seeds, and owls. We've got, I think, maybe 4 or 5 barn owls that everybody sees regularly. The tufty fields has been great for small mammal population, and there's an abundance of insects. And we've had amazing success with the trees and hedges that we've planted without the need for any maintenance due to the thick ground cover, collecting and retaining moisture and keeping them alive during the droughts. But what has been most interesting is how it has divided the community. Many feel uneasy with all that untidiness and mess. People have got very used to nature being manicured by hedge flailing, herbicides to control the weeds, constant cutting of the verges, animals overgrazing land to a neat green desert, and giant fields with no hedges or trees in, just acres of arable monocrops. The amount of social media posts I see from people writing #nature on a post that shows a ginormous field of arable swaying gracefully in the breeze with a hedge about half a mile in the background and no biodiversity to be seen anywhere. Shifting baseline syndrome has meant that people now see a monocrop as being nature. I started to realise that not everybody in the community was on the same page as me. They saw the wildness as me letting the village go downhill. They wanted to see the verges cut and the standing deadwood chopped down and cleared up. And the thistles and nettles have definitely raised a lot of eyebrows. I tried talking to a lot of climate change denying residents, but I found I was faced with animosity and suspicion. I'd been to XR protests and other similar events, and it had been met with eye-rolling or anger. And it struck me that I needed to tell a different story to the community, one that bound us together rather than divided us. And I realised that story, to not be divisive and seen as a threat, needed to be based around nature. It's not like they could turn around and tell me that they hated nature. Chettle has always been hailed as having a great sense of community, but when I think about it, very little had been done as a community over the last 2 decades, aside from the occasional get-together for a jubilee or a royal wedding. So 2019 onwards was the beginning of the rewilding and rediscovery of the community of Chettle, and the beginning of a wider audience that I now call the Friends of Chettle. Through a series of events held in 2020 to 2022 for villagers and Friends of Chettle, we now have got the buy-in from the majority of the locals. And it all started with an event called Hooray Day, where I invited the entire village to a day where we came together to celebrate the last 40 years. We reminisced, we laughed, we ate local food, we drank local drinks, and I shared with everybody my vision for the next 40 years. We used the power of the invitation to inspire them to be part of the future of where they lived, worked, and loved. As a group, we've now done the following over the last 3 to 4 years on the 60 acres of land. Collected seed, grown and planted 600 trees with the tree planting volunteers. Planted over 1 kilometre of new hedges with urban-based volunteers from St Ethelburga's Multi-Faith Church in London. Started an annual apple day where we pick and juice over 1,000 litres of apple and pear juice. Given the community free land to create an allotment where we have around 1,000 metres squared of no-dig beds, now in their 3rd year of production. In fact, last night, 14 of us got together and did some kind of maintenance in the allotment and then hosted dinner for 46 of us, including children, where we just picked produce straight from the garden and, made, I think, 14 salads. And I offered that up as one of my, during a speech at Hooray Day, and said to everybody, if any of you want free space for growing veg, then, that's what I think we all need to do. We need to champion local food. We need to get our kids to understand where your food is grown, why it's important that it comes from local producers, and why we get back the power from the supermarkets and the large agricultural firms. Thank you. I also offered free land to anyone who wants to start a small-scale land-based business, event or gathering. I've held over 10 foraging events for people to learn about free wild food around us and encourage the residents of the village that they have my permission to walk anywhere, especially if it's to gather food. I started an annual wassail where we've written new folk songs for the land and brought fun and purpose to a dreary January. We've built a timber-framed communal wild kitchen for anyone to use, again, with local volunteers using local wood and scrap from the old dairy. I started an annual May Day with maypole dancing and homemade nettle beer. We've hosted night walks to look for glowworms, held women's circles once a month in the woods when it's summer and in somebody's house in the winter. We go out on group walks to listen to the dawn chorus or further afield to hear the nightingales and Stock Gaylord. And we also attended the April 2023 XR protests with 20 chettlers and 6 of those were children. I have even more examples, but you get the picture of the rewilding of the community. All of these actions, events and get-togethers have reconnected the community with the land, taught our children to respect and care for nature, and helped them understand that for humans to survive, nature needs to recover some of its wildness for it to also survive. I'd like to end with a reminder to us all. Humans are in a very tricky time right now where technology has accelerated so fast that it has cut us off from our connection to the natural world. I don't like to just talk about climate change. The thing that scares me even more is biodiversity loss, desertification, industrial farming, and the plethora of chemicals on our land, in the air, and in our water. It's meaning that we're heading for a very uncertain future. But we can't silo these problems and find individual solutions for them. An integrated approach needs to happen, and it needs to come from the top down and the bottom up. If we don't educate our children to care about nature, to understand how to grow food and then to cook it, to teach them proper skills to live a happy and fulfilling life without the need for all this pointless stuff that we buy and consume, then we will all be stuck in a constant battle, pitting needs against consumerist wants. It's not possible to have infinite growth in a finite world. We do not have enough resources to be able to sustain the rate at which we consume, and our economic and financial systems are based on growth. The scale of the challenges we face are enormous, so for me, doing nothing is not an option. And I want to use my landowning privileges to help nature recover and spend my time trying to inspire other landowners to do the same. My call for action to everyone listening is to support local growers, join a veg box scheme and shop at local farm shops. Local food is absolutely key. Support your local volunteer groups who are striving to make change in local communities. Support nature, wild your garden, dig a pond and help pollinators. Support and talk to your children and grandchildren because they have a very tough time coming up. Thank you. Thanks. Next up is Imogen Davenport from the Dorset Wildlife Trust.
Thank you, and I do need to lower the microphone. Thank you very much, and what an inspiring tale from Alice, and she's stolen my thunder on so many different things. She said, I don't think I've done very much to restore nature. I'm not sure what I can possibly say, and what a brilliant set of examples. So, good afternoon, and thank you for staying so long on such a hot day. I'm Imogen Davenport. I'm Dorset Wildlife Trust Conservation Director, and I focus on something called nature-based solutions, which is all about integrating nature with other things that are equally or the same importance in life. I'm also Vice Chair of Dorset Local Nature Partnership, and some of you will have heard from Maria just recently in a workshop about the Local Nature Partnership. I've only got 5 minutes, so it's going to be a rattle through, and I'm afraid I'm going to start with a few depressing statistics, but then move on to some hope. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, with one of the lowest amounts of wildlife left remaining compared with pre-industrial times. Dorset hasn't escaped this, despite not having hugely heavy industry here. Over 400 land and freshwater species that have been recorded in the past are now thought to be extinct. That's about 1 in 40 of the species that have ever occurred in Dorset gone. Extinction's only the tip of the iceberg, though. Some 15% of all of Dorset species are threatened, rare, scarce, or protected for some reason. That includes over half our bee species, 42% of our butterflies. Sorry, I need it even lower. The reasons, perhaps a little bit higher. The reasons behind the declines include development, pollution, persecution, and climate change. By far the biggest impact, however, is land use change. In Britain as a whole, and certainly in Dorset, 70% of our land is in agriculture, so inevitably that has a disproportionate influence. And this isn't sort of deliberate on the part of sort of evil landowners. Between 1930 and 1980, government policy favoured food and timber production and development above wildlife rather than with it. We were really good at it. We've got innovative people working out these problems, working out how to deliver government policy all the way through, and we can't blame them for doing that. We saw in that time a stark change from a complicated landscape, small fields, mixed farming, woodlands, heathlands, water meadows, to that more sort of tidy, neat, bigger fields, conifer woodlands, straightened rivers, and urban creep. And in our marine environment, our rocky reefs, seagrass beds, and our harbours are particularly special. We have 157 marine species of conservation concern here, but even here, fishing records show the crash in the health of the marine environment, with huge declines in commercial fish catches and sizes, which just indicates the lack of health in the marine environment. And whilst these losses have slowed in that time, more sites were protected, people weren't sitting by watching this happen, people were campaigning. From the 1960s onward, we got some good legislation. It wasn't necessarily fully implemented, but it has become more and more tight. But however, the damage had been done. More radical action is needed to recover from such a low ebb. We can't do it just by protecting isolated areas. Wildlife is still declining overall. Meanwhile, we know that until COVID at least, people became more and more disconnected with nature. There were few opportunities out there to enjoy, manage, influence and care for our natural environment. And looking forward, climate change, having said it's played a part, but it hasn't been the main part in loss and decline of wildlife, these impacts will become more frequent, more disruptive and more damaging. So whenever we look at nature conservation, the climate crisis makes things worse. We cannot tackle a nature emergency without tackling a climate emergency, but equally a healthy environment is essential for our own health and well-being and our economic health as well. We can't tackle the climate emergency without also tackling the nature emergency. So that's two things that need to go together, and we work very hard with our local authorities to make sure they were clear on that and bring them, having committed to climate strategies, bring them up with the nature strategy playing an equal part in it as well. So where are we aiming for? Dorset Wildlife Trust wants to see 30% of land and sea managed for nature recovery by 2030. And despite this also being a government commitment, it's estimated only some 3.2% of England and 8% of land and 8% of the marine zone is currently well protected and managed for nature. In the case of Dorset, 52% is within an area of outstanding natural beauty, so job done. Well, no. Much as our landscapes are valued, only 6.4% of Dorset's land area is known to be in good condition, with nature thriving or recovering. But we do have some building blocks. In total, 13.6% of land has some form of recognition or protection for wildlife, and a further 8.6% is in with areas of high local wildlife value. So we've got about 22% in total. It's not beyond hope that management of all of that could be nature friendly, plus another 8% of new areas enhanced by 2030. I'm being given the warning to wrap up now, but I'm just going to give you a couple of examples just to give hope. We know that with intensive care, recovery is possible. For example, restoration work in Dorset has achieved recovery on very special habitats. We know that intensive care can work, but we need nature back everywhere through simple and widespread measures. And it's not, of course, not just on Dorset Wildlife Trust land. We've got these trailblazing landowners like Alice making radical changes for people and nature. We've got farmers coming together in clusters all over Dorset to take collective action. So we all need to work together, and it needs to be supported rather than hamstrung by national and local government policy. That's why we're delighted to be working with Amy, our next speaker, to help our councils produce their local nature recovery strategy. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and thank you Imogen for the introduction. I'm Amy. I am employed by Dorset Council, but I'm here to you today to introduce Dorset Local Nature Recovery Strategy. So, I don't know, Imogen said it's the theme of today. The challenges are serious, the scale of them is large, but I don't know about anyone else, but I am motivated by hearing what's already happening. So the Local Nature Recovery Strategy is one of 48 being developed across England. It is a requirement of the Environment Act, which means it will influence local decision-making, local planning and action for nature, as well as helping deliver national environmental targets and a nature recovery network across the country. So Dorset Council have been appointed as responsible authority, so we're leading the preparation of the strategy. We're working closely with Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council and Natural England, who are our supporting authorities, but importantly, it's not a council document. So although it will link with the work you heard earlier that both councils are doing on climate and environment, this strategy is for the people and county of Dorset, and it needs to be created collaboratively with a wide range of voices having a say on the strategy. So Imogen's explained, we know why we need nature recovery in Dorset, and we know what's happening so far to try and achieve that. So we're not starting from scratch, and we can celebrate and learn from and build upon that existing work. So as well as the things we've already heard about, the Dorset Environmental Record Centre and Dorset Local Nature Partnership have created ecological network maps. So we will be using those and building upon them. There have also been previous workshops in preparation for the strategy for further guidance to come from DEFRA. And then there's so many local projects. I'm fairly new to the role. It's been my favourite thing about the role so far is learning how much is happening from large-scale landscape projects down to smaller community-level growing projects. Some of the other speakers here today have already told you about some, and we're going to hear some more. So the strategy will be a framework that brings all of that together and helps more of us work together to recover nature in Dorset. We do have statutory guidance and regulations we need to follow, which in summary means that there are three main outputs we need to deliver. The first is a map of the most valuable existing areas for nature in the county. The second is for us to all agree priorities for nature's recovery in Dorset, the things that will have the most impact, and then map those as specific proposals on a map in places across Dorset where we agree we're going to prioritise for creating or improving areas for nature. And this means that the strategy will link with some of those wider changes that we've heard about that are happening in farming and land management, in planning and development, and in funding for nature. And it also means that the strategy is about identifying the best opportunities for connecting, restoring and growing nature, but in doing so we will also be agreeing where that can help us tackle some other challenges like climate change, nature-based solutions for climate, but also for our water quality and flood protection, as well as our health and well-being. So creating this county-wide strategy that prioritises biodiversity but also kind of covers those wider issues is quite complicated. So we have set up a steering group and 3 expert advisory groups, and they include organisations with a range of expertise. So we have got representatives from the environment sector, but we've also got many people with experience of working in voluntary community sector organisations, working in health, working in the youth sector. And then that's just the beginning. We will then be inviting organisations and people, and hopefully lots of you here today, to contribute to the strategy. At the moment, I can't say when that will be yet, but that's just because we're just getting started, we're just making our plans, and then we will share an update as soon as we can. In the meantime, though, like I said, I'm loving hearing from anyone that's delivering a nature recovery project or has ideas about how their work might contribute to the strategy. So please do get in touch. You can find the latest updates and contact details if you go on the Dorset Council website, Local Nature Recovery Strategy, but I'm sure it'll be in the post-event things from today. But for now, I'll just say thank you so much. I hope that you'll be excited to get involved in this. I know I'm looking forward to working with all of you. But yeah, thank you for listening.
Thanks, Amy. And next, Rick, marine biologist.
I might move this up a bit. I think so, that sounds about, yeah. It's nice to see everyone actually taking notes. It's like I won't see this in 2 weeks' time when university starts again, because nobody sits here with pens and paper anymore. But I work at Bournemouth University. I'm predominantly a marine biologist, but I want to also talk about some of the work I do with the British Ecological Society, and we've produced 3 reports in recent years, or 2 reports and one about to come out. So one on nature-based solutions, one on the 30 by 30 drive for protected areas, and currently one on regenerative agriculture as well. And I think that fits in quite nicely. I'll also sort of, at the end of this talk, go into some sort of nature recovery ideas and how I can see it working in the marine environment as well. But we really face 3, at a global scale, we face 3 environmental issues. Climate change, biodiversity loss, but also the amount of nutrients going into the environment, phosphates and nitrates and things like that. And these, of course, are synergistic. So climate affects biodiversity loss will affect climate, and so on. So that they can't be thought of in isolation. The other thing, there was a report today I saw on the news, but it's pretty obvious. We are not going to meet our 1.5 degree climate targets. Current estimate is 2.4. So we're not going to meet it. We have to be honest about that. That doesn't mean we need to stop doing things, because more climate change is worse than less climate change, always. But we are going to suffer some of the consequences of that. And, we can see it now if we just watch the news. But the effects on nature are going to be big. The effects on nature in Dorset are also going to be quite big. And nature restoration is important because it creates biodiverse ecosystems. Those ecosystems are more resilient. They are better able to cope with change. And that change could be climate change. That change could be extra nutrients coming in. So we need to have nature recovery now to create these systems which aren't going to collapse in the future. They need to be strong and resilient right now. The other thing which is going to happen alongside climate change, and is going to be probably one of the major effects actually of climate change in Dorset, is the amount of migration that's going to happen. We're quite privileged living here. It's hot today, but it's going to be very hot in other parts of the world, and it's going to be uninhabitable. So that means we need to make room for people, and we need food to feed people. So what we can't do is just give up everything for nature. We have to work with nature, but also be able to grow food and things like that. You know, there's a debate in ecology called nature sparing versus nature sharing. There's some great examples, and I'll give, it's not to say we shouldn't have protected areas, but actually our protected areas are pretty poorly managed and pretty ineffective in most cases, both on land and in the sea. I think we do need to change this nature sharing thing. It doesn't say we don't have some great projects like the Rewilding project at Wild Woodbury or something like that. Brilliant to have those as well, but we need to think of our land, we need to think of agricultural land in terms of how good it is for nature, because that agriculture needs to be sustainable as well. So I want to talk a little bit about the marine environment and how we think about the marine environment and how we could restore nature in the marine environment. So natural restoration, things like replanting seagrass beds, can be a great idea. A lot of the time, because of the way that reproduction happens in the sea, and we have planktonic dispersal of most species, if we leave things alone, they get better. Okay, they recover. That's generally what happens in the sea. It isn't always what happens on land. So things like the network of highly protected marine areas which have been proposed are a good thing. They're not always in the right place. They haven't necessarily been well thought out in terms of the community, but they're a good idea in general. But we need to think beyond that. We need to think about multiple uses of the sea and how to make the most of multiple uses of the sea. So to give you an example, in Lyme Regis, there is an offshore mussel farm. Loads of ropes, grow mussels on those ropes, and it's a completely win-win situation. So we're growing food. Mussels have the lowest carbon footprint of any food beyond anything like a vegan diet. Don't eat them too much, they've got too much lead in them, but if you do eat them sometimes, it's absolutely fine. So we're providing food. We're adding complexity to the ocean. We're adding this structural complexity which we would get from things like offshore reefs. It's increasing biodiversity. It's potentially even increasing the carbon sequestration of the environment. We've got potential for things like artificial reefs, something I've done a fair bit of work on, to restore and actually enhance environments. There's really good potential to be using these as co-location activities as well. So we need offshore wind. We know we need offshore wind. We can put artificial reefs where those offshore wind farms are, and we can enhance biodiversity. I will stop very soon. We can enhance biodiversity in those sites. We can also put things like seaweed aquaculture there, which again can create local industry. It can also sequester quite a bit of carbon. Kelp grows about 3 times faster than trees do, for example, and captures about 3 times as much carbon. So we need to think about these multiple uses for the sea, but the real problem in actually doing this is regulation. If we want to put aquaculture at an offshore wind farm, there are 8 different government agencies that need to grant approval, and it should be a win-win situation. So we do need different ways of thinking about things, and perhaps that's the main message I'd like to get across now. Thank you.
Hi everybody. Yes, so I'm going to just talk a little bit and then whiz through the slides. So the Great Big Dorset Hedge is, as you probably know by now, is one of the main big projects for Dorset Climate Action Network, and it came about as part of land use team meetings about it would be nice to have a project and a sort of an engagement project, volunteer engagement project, and it's what do we focus on, so lots of different conversations, and hedgerows seem to be a solution timing with the various campaigns from the CPRE, the PTES, and government incentives that we were hoping to come through, which have, of course, come through now. So hedgerows are a very non-contentious, within reason, part of the landscape. They wrap around the landscape, they join urban and rural areas potentially, and they connect fragmented ecosystems, and they provide enormous ecological and wildlife benefits for really what is quite a compact, efficient space. So we're looking at all sorts of carbon sequestration, flood management, wildlife corridors, wildlife habitats for such an enormous variety of wildlife as well. So they are an attractive asset as well, so they fit within the AONB landscape. Within urban areas, hedgerows, well, our gardens are the most really, really important potential space for biodiversity. Our gardens in the UK are as much as our national parks if you put them all together. So they're a very important potential source of biodiversity, and so they are important to link across the landscape. So this Great Big Dorset Hedgerow project is not just a rural project, it's an urban project as well. It's an education project, hoping to get people to understand how they can help protect nature, and they can get involved really at any level and any part of the project they would like. So it's taken about 2 years to design and to get going on. And just a few facts about hedgerows. George Eustace, the Minister involved in the Environmental Land Management Stewardship programmes, developing them, Minister George Eustace said they are probably the most important ecological building blocks of our landscape. And the aim of our project is that we will facilitate the enhancement of existing hedgerows in the landscape and stimulate the planting of hedgerow, so that we are trying to aim for the 40% increase targeted by the Glasgow Climate Change Committee. Most farmers see them as a very important part of their landscape. How they manage them will depend upon how they fit within the landscape, what their time available is, what they are aiming for their role of the hedgerow within their landscape. I have a quote here from one of the farmers that we've been involved with, Tim Harris from Powerstock, and he says that farmers are the custodians of the hedgerows in the landscape. And we have found with our engagement with farmers that is very much a feeling of care and a feeling of wanting to have the time to be involved in managing them. There is a video playing out in the foyer that shows a few little snippets of information, volunteers that have been involved in the programme, voicing their opinion about their involvement. And we have a lot of information on our website, and we've got various cards out in there and in the foyer that you can pick up, and there's a QR code so you can go straight to the website. So it's a volunteer engagement project. We have a lot of volunteers signed up, and the volunteers are really enjoying being involved in the project. And at this stage we're surveying, so in order to know how you're going to restore a hedgerow, you've got to survey it and know what you've got. So we were looking at hedgerow structure, looking at species, looking at metrics such as depth, height, and where that hedgerow is within its own landscape. So just very briefly, because I could go on about this forever, so I will try and be good, stick to my 5 minutes. So what am I looking at? Oh, there we go. I've got to speak to the mic and remember what the slide does. So as it says, want to facilitate the restoration of hedgerows. We've been this is very difficult actually. I can't see anything, that's the trouble. Because I can't see that far. So we've surveyed so far about 800 kilometres of hedgerow. As Giles said this morning, we've done 800 kilometres, but we haven't done, we've surveyed, we haven't planted. And it's all very much by conversation and invitation by farmers. They are very interested in how the surveying will link into the new sustainable farming incentives, which are survey-based, so a farmer needs to actually look at their hedgerows. Most farmers don't have the time for that. And so if you invite a team of nicely trained people to carefully walk around your land and save you maybe 10 hours of time of looking at your hedgerows, this is, of course, of benefit to everybody involved. So we want to help take the sustainable farming incentives a leap forwards. And this is just a brief summary of how the incentive will help incentivize the farmer and to the kind of amounts of money that they can get to help with their planting and restoration projects. As a farm owner, I know that these incentives are useful. They certainly don't cover all your costs, but they make the difference between thinking, I can't manage this, I can't do it, I can't afford it, and thinking, actually, this is a step towards my costs, and it's something I want to do. So it's certainly not a profit-generating exercise, but it is so valuable in promoting the nature recovery and getting those hedgerows in place or restored. So in many cases, this might just be funding towards hedge laying, and that might be by expert contractors, or many of the contractors are keen to train up volunteers because they love their art and they want to promote it. This is just to show you the level of technicality we're involved in. We're using the People's Trust for Endangered Species hedgerow metric system designed by Nigel Adams. And this is now being suggested by DEFRA as the method to follow for hedgerow surveying. So it means we're tying in with them with our project because we've kind of influenced them. Our project manager, John Calder's heavily involved with pushing DEFRA in the right direction. This is the kind of data that we've been generating. So in the background, you can see some people looking at hedgerows. And then we're looking at depth, width, we're looking at different species. So we, obviously, at different times of the year, it can be difficult to identify different species. You start looking at twigs at certain times of year and getting your eye in for different types of bark. And but you're on the whole, it's quite straightforward to learn to identify different species, and most people really enjoy learning those new skills or enhancing those skills if they've got them. We do small groups of surveying. It's usually 3 or 4 people at the most. Otherwise, you just end up chatting and not surveying, or at least that's what happens with my surveys. And then you can see from the bar chart that links into, if you remember the Adams Code on the slide before, you can see that each, you've got the different proportions of hedgerow that have come up in the different quality. A farmer, a landowner, or a parish council will be able to look at that and think, right, I can focus on hedge 635B, and that's where I need to do some hedge laying. So it's all very carefully mapped, and it saves time, it's efficient in a good way, and we're getting some really nice results with our farm surveys and some very good indications of what work needs to be done. This is just an example slide of how we develop the volunteer role. So some people, we have majority of people just want to come on surveys and just be involved in that side. And then we have others who might want to be a coordinator. There are mapping techniques to be done. There's data input to be done. So as you can imagine, the mapping and the data input are where we're slightly struggling to get coordinators and volunteers. So anybody out there loves doing GIS mapping or wants to do that side of the project, we'd be very willing to take you on. We have already partnered with CPRE and the AOMB. We've had a grant from the AOMB last year, CPRE grant, and so they're very supportive to us. And we're looking also at partnering with Dorset Council in terms of their farm clusters, but also in terms of they're helping us with running the project side. Environment Agency are very interested in it. So there's a lot of realization that a project of this scale is actually managing to engage with people, which of course is very difficult for government bodies to do. Whereas because we can have that volunteer engagement, it seems to be working as becoming quite an important project. And that's an example of the kind of maps we generate from the results, all the different colours. It's all colour-coded. It's all amazingly put in by one ecologist, John Blanchard, is helping us, as well as various other similar projects. So some incredible amount of data input going into that. I think we've just surveyed Alice's lovely estate as well. And the conclusion is beautiful hedgerows, beautiful hedgerows and some deer damage, of course. And that's it. That's it from me. So I'll just read one last statement from John Calder. So we've had we were wrong about the 800 kilometres, 250 kilometres of hedgerows surveyed so far in 12 months, active partition of 90 volunteers, mostly in West Dorset. And I have to say the small field structure and the really amazing hedgerows of West Dorset have driven the work to be so far mostly in West Dorset. And so we just need to extend that into all the other areas of Dorset. And thank you very much.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to all the speakers. Dorset Wildlife Trust, big fan of Wild Woodbury and what you're doing there. And the Local Nature Recovery Partnership, as I said to you, Amy, before, it's something that I know other farmers that are involved in it, and I'm really excited by what's coming next. Rick, thank you for that. It was brilliant. I love eating mussels, but I'm quite sad that they're full of lead. And Julie, yes, it was brilliant. Thank you for you guys coming to survey my hedgerows. And I did know about SFI, but I didn't know the numbers of what I get, so very happy. I just wanted to say that we've probably got about 10 minutes for questions. So if anybody's got questions, one there, one there. Oh, God, a lot of you. Who's got the roving mic? Oh, there. This lady down there in the blue to start with.
Between our house and the allotments next door, and we were given some little plants by the Woodland Trust, and we put them in, but of course they're now about 15 feet high and we can't reach them to trim them properly. Should we have had the hedge laid? Should I be trying to hedge lay, or is that the best way to let them grow up and then just cut them at the top?
I suppose the initial best way would be, I'm a gardener as well, if I was going to plant a new hedge and it was, even a rural hedge, you've actually got to just keep cutting at them to get that density. But if you've left it to grow tall, you could lay it, depends what your species are. You could underplant to get some thickness in. From a wildlife point of view, I think if you think of the surface area of the hedge, the bigger the surface area, so the denser, the more of it, the more surface you've got for insect biodiversity. But yeah, you could probably lay that depending on what your species are, or just cut it low and cut into it, and then you get thickness. Depends what your species are in your hedgerow.
There's one slight complication. My husband keeps planting glycerin amongst it.
Oh, well. I'm not a huge Glyceridia fan.
Great. Who else had questions? Man in the orange down there.
This is to do with strategy. I come from the other end of the county, up by Cranham, and the Martin Down Farmers Cluster is right up there. And I was wondering if you were following that. I think it's the first in the country. Seems like a really good way of leveraging landowners and conservation. Do you think that's something that you want to?
Yes, I agree with you. A great example, one of the great examples, like I said, that we'll be building on that farm cluster amongst many others in the county. I can't say that I've directly spoken to all of them yet because I haven't, but we will be using that farm cluster network as like you say, as a way to learn from what's already happening and then to help us prioritise what might happen in the future.
Great. Any next question? This man in the check shirt.
Yes, question to Alice and Julie. You both mentioned incentives for farmers to change issues
I mean, I wouldn't call myself a farmer at the moment. It's a foray that I kind of dip my toe in and out of. I definitely say that it's the incentives could be much larger. Having done quite a lot of planting with the Forestry Commission, Woodland Trust, a FWAG scheme, a Farming Wildlife Advisory Group, their scheme Close the Gap, which was for planting more hedges. And I've done a spreadsheet which shows what I got in from grants and what I paid out. And they tell you that the grants are 100%, and I would say they probably cover 30%. But that is also because I refuse to spray glyphosate on the things first, and I mulch all of my trees, and that costs a lot of money. So if I did it to the book and just really didn't care and shoved loads of trees in the ground and let them do their own thing, then it might be different. But I definitely think it's helpful. I mean, I was doing the hedgerows anyway, so now to know that there's a grant which can pay for some of that, I mean, it's fantastic. I think things are going in the right direction from a subsidy point of view. But if you think that farming, only gets £3 billion a year in subsidies, and you compare that to the fossil fuel industry, and actually, as we've heard many times over today, the farming industry is one of the largest emitters. You know, it's the farming and food industry. It's what I spend a lot of my time talking about because of my village shop and because I understand all of the different parts of from farm to selling. So yeah, I just think 3 billion is a bit of a joke when it could be one of our biggest drivers for change. Any other questions? Lady up there in the green.
There's been a lot of talk about land use and farming and growing more food, but the two elephants in the room haven't been mentioned, namely sheep and cow. Because they take up all the land, don't they?
Do you want me to field that one? I don't mind talking about that, but also you start. I mean, I agree. I probably eat meat about once a month, and I try for that only to be venison. I don't think that the pushing of, highly processed food, whether it's vegan, vegetarian, or non-vegan, is the thing. I think we do need to address. There's that massive percentage of land that we use just to grow food for animals. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Huh? Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, when on my 60 acres of land, I think I would hope to have a maximum of 12 cows, and that's just so that they can, keep things down. I mean, it's a very controversial subject. There's a lot of people that like to eat meat, but I just think that we could do so much more if, advertising was changed and kids were taught in schools from a very early age what a healthy diet was, and it doesn't need to be meat twice a day.
Thank you.
Do you want to add to that?
Thanks. And just to add to that, and it's a complicated story, and as most of you all know, because you're well informed, a lot of it is about how things are produced, and the overall figures are complicated by imports of feed, etc. So in terms of nature conservation, we do need grazing for a lot of our habitats to be maintained. However, what we don't have is any meaningful data, certainly from the UK, about how that actually impacts carbon emissions. So that's something we've been trying to struggle with in the Wildlife Trust, of taking figures that were developed for intensive farm systems and applying it to nature conservation grazing. We're just not there. More research is needed, as the university colleague will be pleased to hear. But no doubt we do need to change our diet, we do need to change our attitude to food, and it's incredibly complicated and interwoven, which is why it's been in the too hard to deal with box for some time, but we need to get it out of that box.
Yeah, I feel like we need a less polarised conversation about it, that you either have to be vegan or a meat eater, because I just don't think that helps. I think we've got... Oh, sorry, Rick, did you want to say something?
I basically agree with what's been said. I mean, there are carbon advantages, there are biodiversity advantages of grazing animals in some places. We also have farmland which isn't suitable for growing crops where, actually sheep farming and things like that can work. So we shouldn't necessarily think we can't have these animals, but we eat far too much meat, and we need to massively cut down, and that's kind of the main thing. Equally, just very quickly on the subsidies, one of the things that we've found is they're not long enough really for nature recovery. A lot of the subsidies, they're 5, 10 years. They need to be 30 years if they're going to really make a difference.
Yeah, I applied for some FIPL funding through the AOMB for some roundels, which is like a new concept from the Woodland Trust, and you plant 40 trees in something quite dense and then put one roll of 50-metre fencing around it, and then after, depending on what trees you plant, after maybe 8 to 10 years you can take the fencing off, and then you have a living barn for your livestock so that they can spend as much time outside as possible. And the AOMB panel said that that was too long a project and too radical for them to fund. I was like, I'm planting trees in a circle, it's not that difficult. Anyway, we got time for one more question, so maybe somebody from, well, actually no, stick a hand up, anybody. Man at the front. Do you want to shout, or do you want, oh no, microphone's coming.
Key drivers to deliver multiple use, rural land use, marine use?
Things like multiple use of offshore wind. So obviously we need offshore wind. It's going to be happening. Hopefully, it's going to be happening at an accelerating rate. But we also have to put down scour protection. So it's a question of how you can sort of maximise that. So we can maximise a lot of biodiversity with things like artificial reefs, but actually there are so many benefits of doing the right thing with wind farms. Obviously we're creating more renewable energy. I was going to say we're reducing fossil fuels, they don't necessarily go together, but we're definitely creating more renewable energy. We can enhance biodiversity, but if we do things like seaweed aquaculture as well, then we actually can have an industry. The most deprived, or lots of the most deprived towns in the UK are former fishing villages, and they haven't got that fishing industry anymore. But they probably have a lot of that infrastructure of potential people to go out in boats, harvest that seaweed, process that seaweed into different products. And again, that seaweed itself can, so you've got levelling up benefits, you've got carbon sequestration benefits of that seaweed. There's so many different drivers it fits in that it really should be a government priority, but instead there's just multiple hindrances on doing it, to the extent that even the renewable energy companies who are interested in it give up because it's too difficult.
Right, well, have I got time for one more? No, done. Thank you so much to all of our speakers, and a really great thing to end on, Rick. I definitely agree, seaweed farming, nutrient dense, and would just solve many crises in fishing villages. Thanks to everyone for listening, and over to Jenny.
Thank you, Alice, and the panel for such brilliant speeches, talks, very interesting, informative, and the fact that the audience has been so engaged shows what a topic this is. We could have a whole day just on this subject. I would like to just go back to the grazing on farms. I recently did an agroecology course at Tamarisk Farm in West Bexington, if you know of that. And they only keep animals there mainly just to fertilise the land, so that it doesn't need fertiliser to grow the wheat and rye and so on that they grow. So it's just a very balanced sort of approach. I've just put that forward as another idea. And before we leave, I know Alice has many oak trees, but I'm sure you'd like one from Hawker's Farm. So thank you very much. So we have a 10-minute break before our final session, which probably will only be 15 minutes. So I think we've now caught up with time. I'm afraid the cafe is closed, but if you want to grab a glass of water or something, please do.
Are you going to, do you want me to call attention? Are we about ready? I don't know where Jenny is. Yeah, there's people wandering around. Where are people sitting?
I'm sitting here, so
So, well, I'm going to be... Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for our final session, so if you'd like to take your seats. And first of all, I'd like to welcome the Mayor of Dorchester, who's going to come up and say a few words to you. Thank you.
It's wonderful to address an audience who A, have hair, and B, many of you are young enough to have whatever colour your hair is still obvious. Wonderful. Because, of course, this has been a spectacular day, and we're here for the summing up, and you're not here to listen to the Mayor of Dorchester, but I am incredibly proud to be the Mayor of Dorchester, the county town of Dorset, the first county in the United Kingdom to have its own COP. It will be clear to many of you that we have not only created a record in doing that, but we have done so on what I think we will hear later on was the hottest day in September ever. And your still being here when it's been so hot is a tribute, and the speakers and so on, but that's more than enough from me. Thank you to everybody who's attended, and thank you to everybody who's organised this. Thank you.
So the next bit is a few more thank yous that we're going to do. We've probably thanked everybody at least once, which is only right and proper, but I'm going to formally thank people. First up is our sponsors. Thank you ever so much to Dorset Community Energy, Warrior Agency, Ethica, Dorset Council and Red Shark for your support, both in terms of finances and just generally for the event. It's been much appreciated. Next up are our fantastic volunteers. I'm being so proud of you all who took part and took time out of today to help with us on the event. It could not have happened without you. You've helped it run as smoothly as possible, and we really appreciate that. Thank you. And next up are Matt and Russ and the video crew, who have been also fantastic behind the scenes and possibly in front of the scenes, getting us live streaming sorted and just keeping it all ticking over. So big thank you to you guys. Also a big thank you to the Corn Exchange staff. Some of them have been here today, but there have been others behind the scenes who have helped us when we've been organising. Probably a big shout out to Sam, who I bothered with hundreds of emails about what was going to happen when. So a big thank you to all those staff. And last but by no means least, a big thank you to you, because obviously this would not have happened if nobody had come and contributed. So I really appreciate the fact you've come on possibly the hottest day in September and have stayed to the bitter end. So thank you very much indeed. So now I'm going to hand over to Colin, who's going to summarise how the declaration and pledge sessions went. Colin.
Well, this was not easy, believe me. I'm going to start with the declaration. Some of you were completely happy to sign it, no problem at all. But there's a lot of people who are saying that it needs a lot more work. A lot of people saying it's not strong enough. And so where do we go from here? Well, I think we're going to, as a team, we're going to have to sit down and work out the next stages. During the conversations about the declaration this morning, one of the ideas came up was that we could do a People's Assembly on the declaration. If we do something like that, then it could well go into the end of the year. But we need to make sure that it's Dorchester Declaration 2023, not 2024. Questions came up about the declaration. Why is it the Dorchester Declaration, not Dorset Declaration? That's because mimicking the international COPs, they're held in a certain place and they become, where was the last one? Like the Paris COP, for example. So this is going to be the Dorchester Declaration. And if there's another one, say it's held in Bournemouth, that would become the Bournemouth Declaration. So it's back to the drawing board in terms of the declaration, but that's up to us. But we're going to keep in contact with you all. Keep on bringing your pledges in. If you haven't done your pledges, go to the website and put your comments, suggestions there for rewording and so on. So we can carry on sort of taking them in and working with them. So the pledges were much more straightforward. So I've tried to block them together into kind of subject matter, if you like. One of the top, the two forms really. One was what we're going to do on a personal basis, and then there were kind of more things about pressing our leaders, our political leaders, and working like that. So the top one that came up was people making changes to the way they travel, for example, using the car less, fighting for public transport, not taking flights and so on, using the bike more than the car, so on and so forth. There was people wanting to make their lifestyle changes, like growing their own vegetables more, composting more, improving their soil, planting for wildlife, planting trees, planting for biodiversity and so on, and also encouraging others to do the same. Then the other, one of the top three was working at a political level with all the different councils. So the county council, the town councils, and the parish councils. A lot of strong feeling about that. Then there was people sort of making a commitment to start local groups, carry on working with the existing groups and advocate and educate and support people within those groups and the projects that are going on there. To use money in a sustainable way, divest from fossil fuels, for example, go to banks that have a sustainable and a social kind of policy as well, and yeah, to use their own money wisely in the right direction. People talking about taking courage and stepping outside of their comfort zone. It's like there's an urgency now. We need to step up, like Chris Packham was saying in his address there earlier on. We need to step up, and make changes, find new motivations, if you like, find new inspirations, and find new conversations. So it's reaching out to our friends and neighbours and so on, where we might have been a little bit afraid to do that before. People talking about eating less meat, there's a lot about consuming less in various different ways. One is about less meat, but also in terms of repairing, mending, buying second-hand, following the Green Living Guide, which we've talked about today, in a way of building up our awareness of how we consume and how we can consume less and save money at the same time. Saving energy in terms of electricity consumption, water consumption and so on, saving water from the shower to flush the toilet, saving rainwater to water the garden and so on. So that's really the bulk of it. A number of people who are very, very involved already, like Belinda down here, for example. People saying, I'm going to carry on doing what I'm doing. I'm at capacity already, and that's great. Carry on doing the work you're doing. It's fantastic. People talking about their own businesses or societies that are involved in already, trying to get the businesses and societies to challenge planning policies, to consume less, and to build strength within those communities or societies. So well done, really powerful pledges, so thank you very much indeed for taking the time.
Thank you, Colin. We're now going to indulge ourselves slightly by each of us giving you our highlight of the day. So I don't know who wants to kick off. I think Giles is going to go first. It should be on.
Is it on? I foolishly picked up the microphone first. I was going to hand it to Jenny, but I seem to have been caught red-handed. I've got a few just little reminiscences of the day, which are just things which caught my eye. I guess the first one was I thought we had a really good session on the policy overview. And then it really livened off when Tobias Selwood stood up at the end and the sparks started flying and we had our first heckler conference, who asked a very pertinent question about North Sea oil and licenses, and Tobias went on the defensive. And anyway, it was a really interesting set of dynamics, which I thought was added a bit of colour and energy to the whole session. And I hope Tobias isn't too put off from coming back if we ever hold another one of these conferences. Bob Ward, I thought, was a really interesting speaker as well. He gave a couple of really, really clear statements, and some quite controversial ones that may not sort of gel with everybody. He said, you know, if we're serious about tackling climate change, we've got to embrace things like CCS, carbon capture technology, because you have to throw everything at it to do it within the time frame. So, you know, I think we have to, you know, think about some of the sort of less easy conversations as well as the ones we all agree with. I then went to talk to Colin about the declaration, but you've heard all about that. And I then went to do the speaker's corner upstairs, which I thought again worked really well. A little corner which was actually more than 70% full most of the time. Lots of interesting stuff, lots of local organisations who just wanted to talk about what they were doing, and people were really interested to hear what was going on. There was a classic statement from the Parks Foundation who said that when they set it up for local groups, they just called it Lou, Brew and Something to Do. So, nice little ditty, that one. I must remember that for the future. And I learnt more than I really wanted to know about washing environmentally sensitive nappies and how they were delivered around the neighbourhood in EV vehicles to make them even more net zero. So, classic one there. Thank you for that. People's Assembly. I came at the end of the People's Assembly. The first time I've ever been to a People's Assembly, to my shame, but I was very impressed by the democratic way in which it was conducted and the skill with which it was conducted by everybody. There was a nice bit, they had this bit about showing a flutter of hands, the jazz hands, which I've only seen online beforehand, not in practice. And there was a comment made about, oh, well, what we really need is proportional representation. And the whole room erupted into this flutter hands, like a sea of butterflies or something. Very graphic, very impressive. And then finally, the last session, which was superb. I managed to get back down here to talk about nature recovery. And there was all sorts of interesting stuff about, you know, one person said, you know, we have to get away from this. We're either meat eaters or we're vegans. There has to be a happy compromise somewhere in the middle. You know, we do need some animals on the landscape for nature recovery. So some great things, and a lovely statistic I came across that if you put all the gardens together in our houses, it comes to an area that's bigger than the national parks and therefore is essential towards nature recovery. Great suggestion. Sorry, I've spent far too long.
Covered most points, there's not much left to say, you know, but we did have, it's been wonderful to engage with you all, to see how responsive you've been to the panel sessions we've had, because without your questions, you know, that sort of cuts down on a lot of information flowing. I've loved the atmosphere. People have been very pleased to actually see people, say, in real life. A lot of us have met online. And then that's been sort of tempered with the, as Giles touched on, when the slightly atmosphere changed with Tobias and so on, you suddenly feel there's an awful lot of anger here, and so there should be. And let's channel that anger and really, you know, well, I know a lot of you are already making a difference, but spread the word and let's get more done. But before I pass on the microphone, I just want to touch on, I mean, the youth panel, I don't know how many of you are here. It really was very touching and listening to the small children. And I think you'll probably agree that the young children almost put the rest of the speakers, I think not just been on that panel generally, to shame. They were so eloquent, they sort of put their lines over so well. And then finishing off, you know, well, every panel speaker on that group was brilliant. But I think it was a real, it definitely worked that we had such a contrast and that the emotion in the room and some was, I felt quite palpable. So thank you all for coming as well.
I just wanted to say how moved I've been by what we've achieved here, by how many of you are here, and by the commitment and passion of really wanting to make a difference. It's very, very touching.
As Jenny has said, Giles has pretty much covered most things, but I've gone for the 3 C's, which is connections, collaboration, cooperation, and that's with spades today, so thank you to everybody who's contributed. And also I really like the comment in the last session which was about win-win, which chimed with the not losing our prosperity. We can do this and still have a good quality of life. And I've also been heartened because I've heard in the Speaker's Corner about new groups that are now already coming into the fore, and that is really heartening as well. The community groups are really starting to pick up the pace, so that's really good to hear as well.
Thank you, Neil. For me, I guess the main observation was, I have to be honest, I was worried about the workshops. I had a fear that people would stay in this room and they'd be very comfortable and they'd be happy they could just sit there and listen to speakers and not participate. Those workshops were rammed. I mean, and it was hot in there. So if you went to 2 of them, you came back after you knew how warm it was. Well done to you, because that was absolutely baking in there. So, but what was good about them, not just that lots of people went to them, but certainly the ones that I was in and I observed, is everyone was taking part as well. So I think the willingness to come here, not just to sit and listen to some interesting people, but to actually contribute, was probably, I think, the thing that, for me, has clearly made it, that it's been worthwhile. I'm losing my voice now. And one of the things that came out of many of those discussions was the need for us to be careful with our language. And in particular, when we're talking to people who aren't necessarily already clear on the climate crisis. This came out particularly strongly in the justice discussion, where many of the issues we face are issues also of social justice and equity, racial justice, generational justice. But often, people who would be our allies aren't necessarily with us because we use language that's very climate focused. And actually, we need to find ways that we can engage with those people, not because we have a different view, but because we're possibly not using the type of language that brings them with us. So that was something I think that really came through strongly for me today. I think I'm up now anyway, so that was over. Excuse, I will just take a drink of water. I think too much talking and the heat today has finished off my voice. So, it's my job to close this session. I think, Colin will correct me, but I think that's a sunrise rather than a sunset. Sunrise, yeah. So actually, it's not quite accurate. It is a sunset, but it's the sunset session of today, and it's my role to lead this close. Interestingly, this image was a subject of some debate a few months ago, particularly when June, who's been the engine behind our admin for this. Jude, where are you, Jude? Okay, she's probably out doing some work, probably. Anyway, has been the engine behind the admin for this event. And she said to us, "Are you really sure about that image?" The truth was, we hadn't really thought it through. We'd just been provided by some lovely pictures by Colin, and we all thought, we quite like that one. Poppy Field in Dorset, it's sort of anything. But actually, the more I thought about it, in some ways it probably is. The implications of it are worthy of considering today. I mean, obviously the implications being that it's tended to be used for remembrance, a requiem. But maybe on reflection, there is an element of today in which we ought to reflect and remember. Remember those who have been affected by the climate crisis, those who are already today being affected by it, and those who will be affected by it in the future if we don't take rapid action. It reminded me of this book, the cheerfully named Requiem for a Species, Why We Resist the Truth About Climate Change. And in it, Clive Hamilton suggests that the central reason, in his opinion, is that we have a system which is hardwired to issues that promote greed, materialism, and alienation. We have this obsession with economic growth, as if that's the only way that an economy can be run for the benefit of all. The focus on the individual that's been the dominant narrative for the past 40 years, where we're meant to look at ourselves and not the communities around us. and a system which has disconnected us from nature. Arguably, that's been going for a couple of 100 years. A system which sees nature not as a common good, but as something to be extracted from, exploited, and dominated. Now, he acknowledges the whole situation is a cause for despair, but he urges us to accept that and then act. And then by acting, we build hope. Now, it seems to me those on the bridge, we talked about them this morning, are wedded too closely to those notions, too closely to the beneficiaries of this system, if not the beneficiaries themselves. They're quite happy to pursue this system, which, as David Harvey, the geographer, calls it, just encourages production for production's sake, accumulation for accumulation's sake. So I'm really pleased to hear in those pledges how many groups and individuals were also talking about not just the things we can do, but the things we can do politically, how we can be lobbying our councillors, how we can be raising the awareness of the issues with our groups. So just those sorts of sessions are the way that we'll build this orchestra, that will bring more people in, that will make it louder. Because we don't have to accept this status quo. As Arundhati Roy says, we shouldn't just confront it, we should deprive it of oxygen, shame it, mock it with our art, our music, our literature, our stubbornness, our joy, our brilliance, our sheer relentlessness, and our ability to tell our own stories. What we've been doing here today. Stories that are different from the ones we're being brainwashed to believe. We be many and they be few. They need us more than we need them. Another world is not only possible, she is on her way, and on a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. And I think at times today, I'm really losing a voice now, sorry, we can hear that coming through. So we remember that as we go back to our daily lives, our work, our school, that we've all got that part to play in that orchestra. We all do different things. We were challenged today about whether we're doing enough in one session, but actually we should be playing to our strengths, going that one step up that Chris Packham encouraged us to do. But remember, the hope and positivity is, I think, the key message to take away. Not that, don't focus on that despair, because we faced and addressed major challenges before. Apartheid, equal votes, racial segregation, the Berlin Wall, they all seemed systemic and impossible to overcome until they were. Remember in the 1940s, when Britain stood alone, the whole economy was turned over in a matter of months to produce the goods and services that would ensure our shores were protected and our people fed. The scale of industrial output to meet this demand and the focus on communities on what mattered was unprecedented. Without this, arguably, the outcome of the war would have been very different. And it was communities, particularly women, who won the war at home. In the late 1940s, a war-ravaged nation stood weakened and heavily indebted, but where the fundamentals of the economy could not be left to the market, the state intervened. Where infrastructure was required, as it is now, it was developed. And despite these challenges, despite that indebtedness, we created the NHS, we built houses for everybody, and we developed a sense that society matters and we work best when we work together for each other. It was ordinary working people and communities who decided this was the way they wanted things to be after the war and the depression that had preceded it. So we're well placed to address these crises today if we adopt and go back to and think about how we operated when we faced crises in the past. 189 years ago, I checked, 6 labourers from Tolpuddle were sentenced just along the road from here for standing up for what was right. I'm fairly sure the current Home Secretary would like to send some of us to penal colonies, but that's it. But maybe from what we commit to today, we can be part, or Dorset can be part once again, of changing that landscape that's so desperate to change, not just for us, not just for the UK, but for the whole world. Thank you for being here, thank you for listening, thank you for what you do, and thank you for everything you will continue doing in the future. Thank you very much.
I am privileged to be in a very unique club. It can be no more than 5. It's the partners of this gang who have been passive listeners in Teams and Zoom calls for the last year and a half while they've planned this COP. They've achieved some things that COPs have never done. It's not a soulless place like Catherine described. It's a wonderful place. They haven't run out of water, they haven't fallen out with each other, and they'd almost finished on time. But like all COPs, the declaration is still to be sorted out. Nonetheless, it's a year to go to the second Dorset COP. Dorchester got there first. Can I ask all of you to join me to thank Giles, Jenny, Colin, Neil and Mark for all their hard work in making that possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We are now done. Thank you very much.
Thanks.